I'd like to say good afternoon to everyone. Truly, I'm grateful for everyone that has come out today, and I am Bishop Kevin Dobbs. I am the pastor here at Christ Redemption Tabernacle Church, as well as my wife and I share in the we are the founders of Transformation Through Revitalization, which is a not-for-profit organization concerned about many of the needs of our city, of our communities. So I'm grateful for all of you that have come to share with us today in what we are trying to do to collaborate and to bring ideas, thoughts, and, amen, solutions together so that we'll be able to be a blessing. And it is a treatment for our Niagara Falls, especially in our black community. There is a lot of things that we need, not only in the black community, but throughout the entire city of Niagara Falls. Transformation Through Revitalization was established a little over 13 years ago, and I'm going to be very, very brief. I'm grateful for all of the panelists that have agreed to come to be with us today, and you know, the entrepreneurs, the community leaders, our educators, our students of civil governance, officials, and we're just grateful for all of you that have come. In partnering with Dante Richardson, who has been very instrumental in speaking with me and collaborating to bring all of us together. It's one thing to talk, but it's another thing to act upon those things that we've talked about. And that's one of the things that we're going to try to do today throughout our efforts, and this is just a seed that's being planted in the minds of those who are here and those who will be coming, so that we can help one another to make a positive impact upon our community. So this afternoon we have our panels are consisting of civil governance, entrepreneurship, education, community development, and we're thankful for those that have come to be with us from the Oshai Foundation, from Google, and many others. I just want to say this, that it takes determination and it takes endurance to make anything happen. And when you set your mind to it, and all of your efforts, things can come together in a positive way. I just wanted to say this, it's not what party you're affiliated with, amen, what side of town you live on, but if we have people with like minds and like motivations to make things happen in a positive way, that's what counts the most. So I'm going to just delve right in. We have some chairs set up here. I had some tables before, but they said just put the chairs up. So what I'm going to do is, when I call the panels, we're going to have, I think the civil governance, is that the first panel we're going to have for civil governance? We're going to ask those of you who are on that panel to come. You can take your seats on either side. And what we're going to do is I have a couple of microphones, so whoever's on that side, you'll have the microphones to pass to one another. You can introduce yourselves, present what you want to present to us in a positive way, and then we'll move on. I just want you to know, just to do a little housekeeping, there are restrooms in the back of the church. The men's room, just follow the signs. The ladies' room is to your right, my left, straight back. If you go out this door to your right, or that door to your left, there's a restroom on both sides if anyone needs to use the restroom. So again, we thank God for all of you that are here, and we're very appreciative of what is going to take place today. So let's receive our panelists with an applaud for those that's coming and just thanking them for coming to be with us today. Brother Dante, all right, he's going to have some words to say. Let's receive Dante with a hand.
So thank everybody for coming. We want to thank our sponsor, Niagara Falls Redevelopment. We want to thank the Niagara Reporter for broadcasting this to 20,000 followers. We also want to thank the bishop, want to thank the superintendent. We definitely want to thank all the panelists that came. I got a relationship with all 5 of these gentlemen. So we're going to start it off pretty sweet. We're going to ask them a bunch of questions so you could get familiar with the leaders of civil governance in this panel. Most of these people on this stage right now deals with governance in the black community and represent the black community. And since they've been doing this a long time, and they have great relationships with the black community here. So I want to get into the strategies that they have. But before we do that, we want to introduce each and every one of them. We want to start off from the end and roll down with you guys.
Ken Hamilton, pretty much without portfolio. I have been in government as a conscious of government for more than 45 years and was able to do, if I could say something that Reverend Dobbs has said previously, people would know me most as the most significant thing that I've done is I'm the guy who saved your public library system and built Legends Park. And to talk about what Reverend Dobbs had said, that it takes persistence and stick-it-to-itism, is that it took 8 years of hard work in order to get city council to put in that park. And the reason that I worked so hard in getting that park done was because they were taking down basketball courts at the same time that they were building the new city court. And I'm saying you're creating your own clientele for jail unless you start to facilitate the children with the things that we did have when we were growing up instead of taking things away and expecting them to be good citizens.
Honor and privilege to be here. My name is Vincent Cawley, engineer by trade, and obviously former city council, and ready to rock and roll with the panel.
Dante Miles, very humbled to be here as well, and I'm a city councilman here in the city of Niagara Falls, local musician, father. I'm pretty much an activist / advocate that just so happened to run for a government position and got, pretty much hired by you guys. So I'm thankful and pretty much prepared.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Archie. I am the Director of Create a Healthier Niagara Falls Collaborative and most recently Councilman for the City of Niagara Falls.
Good afternoon. It's definitely a pleasure to be here. I'm Jeffrey Alder. I'm the County Legislator for the 4th District of Niagara Falls, New York.
Could we give these gentlemen a hand of applause? So before we get into the questions, please come down. It's a free pizza party if you're watching this live at home. Come get something to eat, network with the leaders of the black economy for Niagara Falls. And I'm going to start the questions right now. So the first question, and we could pass it down, starting with you, Jeff, going all the way back down, is what strategies can be implemented to ensure more equitable representation and participation of the black community in local government?
So in my opinion, first of all, we need buy-in from our community. We need more of our people to step forth and be available to these programs that are going on. We want you to be involved with them. We want you to know about them, first of all, and then we want you to be a part of that decision making, because we don't want things to come into our communities and to be like, where did this come from? Where did this start? We want you to be on the ground level when things are happening in our community. And that all starts with you being a part of an active part of the community, meaning come out and vote. When you come out and vote, many people that talk to me say, I don't vote because my vote doesn't count. Well, I won my primary by 2 votes, so your vote does count, and your vote is your voice. If you don't vote, you don't have a voice. So think about that as we go forward.
So I'll start with prior to government. I learned by being led. There are many community meetings and many things happening, many people making decisions. And it took some time for me to understand that I needed to help facilitate some of the work that needed to take place. And it also took for somebody to actually invite me to the space where these decisions were being made. Over that period, I learned to organize, and it's a passion of mine. I understand that there are many resources within our community, and much of our issue is unifying on a thing to be able to push forward and take that to our government. The second part of that is, which might be a more stickier point, there are legislative apprentices for Niagara County, which means that they invite people that are interested in government in and actually train them in what the job is that they're doing. I don't know that that happens on the city government level. I haven't seen that as of yet. So mentorship from people that are currently in office, mentorship from folks that are doing work within the community. And that's from faith-based down to our community centers. We need to build bridges as best as we possibly can and find out actually where our values connect for people to even be interested in getting involved in what the government is doing.
I believe that, concurring with what they're saying, I believe it's a mindset. I believe it's how we treat each other. I believe that for our community to get more engaged, they have to have trust. They have to be able to trust those who are in government. It's been often many times where government officials will come into our communities and promise us a whole bunch of everything and then shut the door once they get in. Until we begin to kind of open our eyes in that space, then learn how to treat each other so there are things, it's like cliques. We have to stop being separated. It's the whole Willie Lynch, the whole divide and conquer, because that's been the big problem, if I can call the pink elephant out in the room, is that we've been so segregated as a people. So until we actually begin to find the value in who we are as people, and we treat each other in a specific way and understand how important it is for us to come together, and then we'll find ourselves becoming more comfortable or engaged. That's when I would expect more community engagement inside of our city council, county legislators or whatnot, is when we're able to kind of break a lot of these barriers that has been kind of like holding our community hostage.
In terms of strategy, I believe strategy comes down to my personal strategy is genuine authenticity and fighting for the people. Coming to the community. Leadership expelled, EXAMPLE, example. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So it's born and raised in this area, and we know that everyone in this building knows the changes that we need to make in this city. Why haven't they been done? Because and we're still finding that leadership for someone to go out there and to connect with the people, to go out there and be genuine with the people and show that you really care and show that you have the right motives of every person, all 48,000 people that reside in this city. I don't care where you live. I don't care what your background is. I don't care what your family name is. Man, we all live in this city. We all want to see it better. We all want to see it grow, and it's taking that message and living it. not just saying it. My whole life has been about doing, overcoming, and going out there and achieving. And that's my strategy. Be genuine with the people, be straight up with the people, never back down, don't sell out, and move this city forward.
I'm a war veteran, Vietnam War veteran. I've actually been in the war. I don't know how many people have actually put their lives at risk for their country or for their community. One of the things that, I was in the Navy. One of the things that we seem to look at diversity, as unity is that the color of our skins. But there's a greater commonality in getting things done. That if I used to be a spokesperson for Fred Brown when he was one of the leaders in the community. And on my way back from speaking at the city council meeting on behalf of the Highland Avenue neighborhood, a woman who was very critical of city council, and she taught me how to be very critical of city council people, was named Catherine Galanka. And she grabbed me by the arm as I was going back after what I thought was a very good speech. And she says this to me, Mr. Hamilton, and that's what scared me because she was very mother-like. And I felt like I was in the third grade again and I had done something wrong. She says, you know, Niagara Falls is bigger than just Highland Avenue. And what we have to do, she says, what you need to do is to begin to speak on behalf of the entire city. And that was a paradigm shift for me, that I began to take my focus just off of Highland and started to look at the city as a whole, as you just pointed out here. Because when we start to think of community, community has nothing to do with race. All too often we look at a community as being a neighborhood where everybody looks the same. That ship has sailed in the city of Niagara Falls. A community is a common way of thinking about things. But we have to understand that the diversity that we're asking for and the inclusion that we're asking for in people who don't look like us, we have to provide that same inclusion and diversity within us. There are 54 countries in Africa. I've been to 3 of them. I had dinner with the president of Namibia, so that's like having the 4th one. And that in that continent, there's 54 countries. Each of these countries have at least 5 or 6 tribes. Some of them have 60, 70 other ethnic groups in them. They fight amongst themselves. We are going to fight amongst ourselves. It is human nature, and we are humans. And so when we start to look at community, nobody has to be doing the same thing that everybody else is doing at the same time that they're doing these things. That's called the electric slide. And it's not anything about how we really get things done. I tend to stay away from organizations, helping them in the background where I can, and I agree with them. But I look at the projects of which no one else is doing, and then I will go out and do those things because I'm able to do those things by myself or with a very small group of people. In other words, you have to believe in yourself first before you try to believe in a community as a whole, regardless of what the color of the people are. And that we're on this good ship called Niagara all together. And unless we each find that 1 or 2 things that we're really good at and then apply it for the good of everybody else. And the other thing is this, Mrs. Galanka got me to understand. She says, you have to look out for the good of the entire city. And what I have long said about my public policy position is this. When we did Legends Park, as I drove past, the basketball back hoops or backboards, I'm not a basketball player. When it comes to basketball, the closest I get to is I'm round, brown, and I bounce when I walk. Is that there was no hoops. When I came back 6 hours later, the first people that I saw playing basketball at Legends Park were 2 white guys and a white girl, because our communities are very, very integrated, mixed together, and that's the way that it should be, and that should be our strength. But the one thing that we have to be as individuals, we have to have confidence in that we know what we're doing and it's the right thing. My philosophy for public policy is that it must apply to everybody equally, or most of the people, are a significantly identifiable group, and in the 45 years that I've been doing this, I've never asked a politician to do me a favor because I don't want to owe them. I want them to continuously owing you all
And
for
that'll be,
what you think.
and that'll be all. Thank you, Ken. That was a long, stretched out answer. So, again, if you guys remember the question, it was which strategies could be implemented to ensure more equitable representation and participation of the black community can be involved in local governance. Now I'm going to ask the audience, does anybody have anything to add, solution-based value, to what any of these gentlemen said? And could anybody add value or help these gentlemen achieve what they all said? If you remember any of the answers, can anybody raise their hand? And then we'll move on to the next question if nobody could.
So just listening and reflecting on what was shared, I believe we could accomplish some of these things. What Mr. Cawley said with leadership. Leadership is key in what we do. We have to have leadership at all levels. And my definition of leadership is, from John Maxwell, is knowing what to do next and bringing the best out of people. Next is ownership. We have to take ownership in the things around us, first starting in our homes, and then expanding our neighborhoods, then our community. Then accountability, first holding yourself accountable for your actions, and then holding those civic leaders or those leaders accountable. And then one more thing is initiative. As Ken Hamilton mentioned, see what someone else isn't doing, and there's a need, and meet that need.
Okay, we got one more.
Gentlemen, thank you for your responses, eloquent and impactful, powerful. Just wanted to add a question. It's actually kind of a question. And
No questions.
No questions at this time?
Solutions.
Oh, solutions.
Only
Okay,
solutions.
only solutions. All right. You know what? I'm going to yield my time because these are some hard problems.
Okay.
I'll come back to it.
All right.
Does anybody else have a solution that can be added to these gentlemen?
Hey, my name is Anthony Graham. I've been in this community for almost all my life. Some people might recognize me here. You know, I'm 33 of age. So I've been in the beginning, middle, and end, or what you will call this chapter of what we need solutions. I done seen a lot of community centers being shut down. I done seen a lot of spaces in areas that have been taken up and nobody has done anything about it. I grew up around those community centers. The first thing we need to do to teach all generations of what we need is how we gonna play the game. You need to teach people about the game. You're talking about getting them indoctrinated in politics, but you need to understand what that game entails. Life is a checkerboard. Matter of fact, life is a chessboard, black and white tile. You feel what I'm saying? You move around them. So you need to know, you need to empower somebody. How you gonna spread wisdom, but nobody know what to do with that? You need knowledge first, and then we need to convert that to wisdom. So we need to be teaching our young folks about how to play the game, the actual game, how to empower each other financially, mentally, emotionally. There's too many things in these streets that's involved with drugs. How do they get there? It must be some type of way. Somebody must be empowering these things. But we need to make everybody active in this knowledge so they can convert it to wisdom, spread it to their children, to their mothers, their brothers, their sisters, everybody. And we need to be real with each other too. We need to open up back community centers and dialogues, teach them about the arts, the crafts, everything. You feel what I'm saying? The multimedia values, you know what I'm saying? Teach them about the science, teach them about the knowledge, you know. But that's all I'm gonna speak upon, you feel what I'm saying? My name's Anthony Graham, I represent Push Start Media Network. Have a nice day.
I just want to say as well, you know, because we are going to be having questions or solutions, answers after each panel speaks. So so that because we're live streaming, if you do know you're going to have a question after each panel speaks, I would like you to just either come up on the side and come up, and then I can give you the mic so we can have you on the live stream.
So, we have one more question? All right, take the last one.
Not a question.
Or
more,
solution.
Yes.
Bill,
I say
go
not
ahead.
a question, more a solution.
Bill, go ahead. Happy to have you here.
And a granular one at that. Is leadership of the community, not color, not anything but the community. We need to get more younger people involved in some of the basic platforms that city government has in existence. Planning boards, zoning boards, historical boards. Get them more involved, get them involved in the process, and most importantly, involved in the understanding. That's my solution, granular.
All right. So let's move on to the next question for the panelists. And we can start with Ken. We're going to keep this down, gentlemen, to at least a 2-minute answer. 2-minute answer. Everybody's hungry.
You don't know me.
I know you. I talked to you. Trust me. I stayed up long nights talking to you.
We were in separate places when we were talking.
Yeah, we definitely were. But all right, moving on to the next question. It will be, how can civil governance be leveraged to support economic development within the Black community in Niagara Falls?
The best way is to get out of the way, because most people don't know and understand anything about business, and that we speak too emotionally about things. The lifeblood of Niagara Falls has long been in its manufacturing segment. I had an argument with my aunt some years ago, and she said that when I said that Niagara Falls is not a tourist city, it's an industrial city with a tourist district. She says, I used to work for a tourism district. I know it's tourism, not industry. Says, what did you do? She says, I worked on a bed and breakfast. Says, what do you do? She says, I cooked and cleaned. I says, you worked there all year? She says, no. I says, but the owner made enough money to make it through the winter. She says, well, no, in the wintertime, he went to work in the factories. The thing of it is that Niagara Falls have every asset that is necessary to make it a great city, a contributor to the economy of Niagara County and to the state of New York. We don't believe that we're as good as we are, and we have all of these assets. And so until we begin to understand that we're not just one thing, we're everything, and that we get city council lined up in the way that it should be according to the charter, where they have their own committees, where they go out and get people who know and understand every aspect of city government in order to be able to advise them, and that the citizen understands that much of what they're asking from the city council is actually administrative things, and they need to be going to the mayor about.
Tom.
Leverage, a fulcrum. If you think about a seesaw or a teeter-totter, you had a playground. On one side, based on the question, on one side you have civil governance, and on the other side you have economic development. And the fulcrum that balances each one. How do we raise economic development? We lower civil government, and that fulcrum on that point is private sector investment. Not big daddy government coming in, printing money, and us depending on the government to do something for us. It's having our city, having our council, having the administration, having our government rely on private money coming in. The government should be cleaning out the trees, making it safer for the people, making a safer, cleaner city, while at the same time preparing the road for companies and business owners to invest into our city. That's how we create jobs, that's how we create growth, and that's how we create economic development in this city.
So it takes me back to a place in time where there was a place called the Black Wall Street. And so how do we leverage is one, and it kind of goes back to what I was talking about the first time, is that we begin to come together. We begin to support each other. We begin to support our own businesses. We begin to it doesn't become a fight where we're just fighting against each other. And I believe that's what would be more respected in local government, because of the simple fact is, if you're coming in numbers and you're saying, listen, I may not be the person that runs this, because a lot of times we feel the need to be in forefront. I may not run it, but at the end of the day, if we're coming and I'm representing this person, even though this is not my business, it's the level of representation that we bring among each other brings more weight into like the local government. So if we're coming in numbers representing each other, they can't fight that. But if you can continuously be in your own space and fight amongst each other or against each other as if we're the enemy, then that's where we kind of find ourselves stuck. That's where we're not leveraging. That's where they're able to spread everything out. So I think for me, more so is the level of supporting each other and making sure that whatever we do, we're doing it together as one.
Time.
And I agree with this. So, economic development to me means that there's a plan. Plan means that there's a people that was before that actually were unified on one specific thing, and we have issues with that. I believe the game, as the brother in the back talked about, is to keep us backbiting one another, right, and confused, so that when businesses do enter into the city, we're fighting about this, that, and the other, and it just happens and occurs. Where what we could be doing is putting our resources into the grocery store that we've been talking about. Stop being upset about the corner stores that keep popping up, and maybe put some of the resources that I know some people have together just to open a store. And again, it is not about the upliftment of one, but of a community, whichever piece of the community that we're living in. And when we go in mass, right, with these assets, I have a store, I have a car dealer, I'm selling shirts, I'm making bracelets and trinkets. We have 2 restaurants over here, and we go with this money, right? And there's an ask. It brings more respect. Now we have to listen, right? Because they're understanding that this is part of our tax base as well. But as we chase each other around and nothing occurs, and we're losing bad. So leaning into our diversity, leaning into that shared value, right? And actually pushing a plan forward instead of tearing it down and tearing each other down. I think that's how we leverage government to do the things that we need them to do.
So for me, when it comes to economic development, I say that we need to develop some comprehensive plans that actually specialize or specifically go towards what the Black community really wants. And that goes back to what I said earlier. They need to be involved in those plans. Community. What's the last part of community? UNITY. We all have to come together as one. And that's the hardest thing to do. When I came back to Niagara Falls, I think somebody said something about factions. I'm not working with that faction, this faction. We need to overcome that because other groups are coming to Niagara Falls and they are doing exactly what we're talking about, and we're falling behind. We have to get on that bandwagon and actually have to work together with one another to get things done.
Again, we would like to take it to the audience. Does anybody have any solutions regarding economic development for the Black community? And how does civil governance leverage that? Stand up, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I worked in the city's Department of Economic Development for over 25 years. I'm not going to speak on economic development as a whole because the city does need great improvement in bringing in minority businesses. The one thing I want to say is that people really don't know, and it really hurts me, and it hurt me when I was on my job, is that the financial resources that the city have, Black people, small Black businesses, don't get the opportunity to take advantage of those. The city still have grant programs and low-interest loan programs. And it's sad that as long as I've been retired, the same thing is still going on. And one of the things that follow the Black people is when you approach the bench for the money, the first thing they ask you is, how's your credit? So the sad thing, and what black people need to know, because I've seen it, when you walk in that office, when people came into me and I looked at the credit wasn't the first thing I looked at, because you have to first know if their business is worth the time. Please, everybody here, if you have children, yourself, even me as an adult, my credit still means a lot to me. So make sure, if you're gonna start a business, and if you're gonna not just approach the city for money, but any bank or anybody that have loan programs, your credit have to be intact. And the sad thing about it is, years ago, a 600 credit score was good. Now that's just average. You gotta be over 600. So don't approach the city without you having your plan solid and you know your credit score is good. Otherwise, the city, it's unfortunate, we get tagged. One thing that follows one black person follows all of us. So when those black people go to City Hall for money, I'm still seeing it today. One person called me and said, first thing they asked me, Ms. Dunn, they act like they didn't want to talk to me. And then they asked me how was my credit. They didn't ask me what kind of business I had. That's sad. Please talk to your children, check yourself, make sure your credit is good.
One more question. Do we have anybody else? Roger.
Actually, I really just wanted to come to observe, but because of the organizers and what was done here, and I wanted to kind of like at least shape from what we're looking at, but I wanted to hear really what the community really wants to do. And one of the things that I'm a little bit puzzled with is about us looking at the same, doing, what they say about doing the same thing and expecting a different result? You're not going to get it. So I really like what Pipe Dreamers has been doing so far. And while they're new to the area, they're not new to understanding these issues. And the deal is that we've been looking at tourism, and I came here originally because of my end of it, loving entertainment and tourism, and the fact that Niagara Falls was already a branded community. Everywhere around the world, when I went to China and Mongolia, I mentioned Buffalo, New York. Buffalo where? You mentioned Niagara Falls. I mean, I had the president of the country of Mongolia that was here, that was looking at, that was going about, oh, we know Niagara Falls. So when I say about I know this is a deal about bringing a solution, is about what do
a solution to economic development and how you leverage
how are you going to
civil
get
government.
it there? So, listen, even when I did the Walenda deal, it was done from a tourism perspective because I like that. Okay, I wanted to prove that you could do something, even with people that were trying to stop doing. Imagine that. We were trying to bring something to bring worldwide attention to the falls, and there were actually people in government that didn't want to have Walenda walk across the falls. And you're going to get national attention for all that. There was absolutely a spike in the economy when that happened. Now, having said that, we were the ones that did that. Having said that, where it's not a question of that, we can't do this without all the community participating and wanting us and welcoming us in. So what I bring up and why I'm bringing this thing to, trying to bring this to a point about Pipe Dreamers and what Pipe Dreamers is doing, and likewise what we're trying to look at. And then what you need to examine really is the tourism community. And by the way, I'm a big believer in it. I absolutely feel that this is a destination. No question. There's never been a question of that. Okay? We've always believed in that. The question is that how you want your economy to totally be based upon? So let's really look at this. You have to examine it a little bit. I can already tell you in the technology and data center space, and I'm going to let those smarter like Jody and Dante and those that are more well-versed in technology, which is one of the things I really am here to kind of listen to and about. Contra to that, and by the way, I do believe in tourism. Tourism as a leg up to get started maybe in business. But let's look at business from a real reality of who's making money in the tourism business. At the end of the day, it's on the backs of minimum wage work. I don't like to say it like that per se, but it really is. When you look at that, really the people that make the money are the owners of the hotels or the owners of the attractions. Because the real workers are the people, the chambermaids that change the bed linens, the busboys in the restaurants, the bartenders, the barbacks, the people that do the maintenance in the facility of the hotels, the people that put you inside the helicopter, the people, all those other people are those who support ends. Guess what? Most of those people, minimum wage earners. So when we talk about wanting to get to generational wealth, you're not going to do it on that with dishwashers. Listen, a lot of people work that and they work multiple jobs, and I admire them. Trust me, it's something. I flip burgers, I've made beds, I've done those things, I just said that. But I use that to get myself and pull myself up. What I want to really hear now is how are we going to go into the 21st, 22nd century in technology, and what we really need to be examining is how do we get everybody here on the same page, pulling with the same oar, to try to look at how do we get to technology and going and really getting us up in an economy that we can have, because we have all the elements here that Tesla saw back 100 years ago, and we can't figure that out. It's power. It's the weather. And now let's make it us, the resources.
Thanks, Roger. Does anybody else have any strategies or ideas for economic development or solutions? And we can move to the final question for these panelists. Anybody else? Lawrence. I love to hear about working together from you, Lawrence.
Well, I believe in a three-pronged approach, but this is more the question. Simple. We've got
It's no questions, only solutions.
We've got 2 councilmen and 1 former councilman, hopefully soon to be again. Why can't we get a residency clause in city contracts for work?
No questions, just solutions.
Oh, okay. Well,
You don't. If you have
my solution is, if we're talking about the economic, we need to have a three-pronged approach. From my experience, 1, we need to start with financial counseling on an internal level. When I worked for the Westchester County Department of Social Services, one of the things they did was have financial counseling within the DSS building, so those receiving benefits would actually have counseling. And so you had that. We have to look at a CDFI that allows people to get as small as a $500 loan. See, a CDFI is better than a bank, no disrespect to some of the banks, because when you're just starting out, when you're small and you don't have the highest credit score, a CDFI is the way to go. And a CDFI is community-based and often community-run. So the people that you're borrowing from have a good idea of who you are, where you're going, what is your background that you're borrowing from. And it's a bit more personable, because you're coming in there and they're like, I know you. He's like, yeah, didn't your house get robbed? That's why I'm here, and then people will know more. So you have to have that. And again, I say, why don't we have residency requirements for our teachers, cops, firefighters, but we can't have residency requirements when we give a contract for something to be built in the city. That's all. Thank you.
That was great, Lawrence. We need to start off with trust first. It has to be trust in the community when implementing these solutions. You got to make sure when you ask questions, when you talk and when you grab the mic, it has to be solution-based, no questions. We want you to have the answers to match their answers. So we're going to move to the final question.
We got one more. We got
one more?
solution.
Go ahead.
First of all, praise the Lord, everyone.
Praise
Praise God.
And I can appreciate the council. I know most of the people up there, but a statement was made that was very interesting, and I'm going to elaborate on something about doing something better for community. Somebody stated it was 48,000 people here.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up here, and I remember when there was 105,000 people here. And if you stop and think about it, one of the things we need to do, because I have grandkids, their main thing is getting out of here. We got to give young people, the upcoming people, a reason to want to be here, first of all, to stay here. And I've noticed something over my time here, although I was gone for 20 years. I think they've repaved Ferry Avenue, Walnut, and Pine Avenue 58 times. And the rest of the community, they sprinkle a little rock down in a hole. I can't even drive through this city without worrying about tearing my vehicle up. The roads and stuff are horrible. The houses, they waste a lot of time, I think, tearing down and not replacing anything and boarding up, and the city looks a hot mess.
I believe somebody has a contract on those.
Well, they must be awful slow, because I'm driving down North Avenue and Ontario and seeing the same buildings that have been boarded up for years.
Yeah, the government contracts somebody out to board out those houses.
Or either
and we'll get into that discussion later on down the line. You need to know about that and how that works.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of incentive that I see for a lot of people to want to stay here. So the city needs a lot of repair, all right? And I don't feel like it's being done the right way. I don't know if it's county level, city level, or state level, but you know, I'm tired of them coming down my street and putting a little gravel on, where, like I said, they go on Pine Avenue, they dig up, 3-4 feet of street and replace it, and then they come on all the rest of the neighborhood and they sprinkle something down on the ground that don't even last through the winter. So we got to start doing things differently and be more concerned about the whole community instead of just 3 streets inside the city. The city is way more than 3 streets.
Thank you, sir. So the final and last question that we have for the panelists before we take a break, I believe the pizza has arrived.
I know you want to say something else, but you won't be sure.
Last question.
Another thing that you have to look at, as we say this, and the gentleman, I agree with him and what he just said in his comments, but one of the things I think we also need to take a look at as we go along as a thing, as you look at things, let's look at statistics properly. Do we really have 48,000? So the deal is that listen, I like looking at demography. I can tell you, I could have a lot of other discussions about how they work radius rings on how things work. But my deal is that when you also have to face and look at what you are. And if at the end of the day, if we're like, are we a town, a hamlet, a city? I know why we do it and why we say there's 48,000. Let's always be real on what we're saying. If we're going to look at the mirror, let's look at the mirror the whole way. Okay, I know I don't have any hair. I know you need to lose about 25 more pounds. And these are the kind of things you got to look at when you're looking in the mirror. You got to tell the truth. And once you can tell the truth, then we can find out where we're going for a roadmap.
Right. Last question for the panelists. And we were commenced the civil governance panel. I believe it starts with you, Jeff, right? I believe it's on you, right? Okay. So this question is a real personal favorite of mine. It's what role do transparency and accountability play in building trust between the Black community and its local government leaders?
Test. So what role does it play? It plays a very significant role. Accountability, that's the key right there. We have, as you up on the stage right now, you have 2 elected officials and 1 former elected official. And we have to be held accountable for the things that we say and do. And the county legislature, one of the things that I bring to the table is integrity. Those Air Force core values of competence, integrity. We have to be held accountable for anything that we do, and that needs to be, the people really need to understand that. If we're doing something that we're not supposed to be doing, you need to step forward, and you need to, hey, look, let's talk. You know, back to it takes a village. Back in the day when I was out there doing something and one of the elders in the neighborhood saw Jeffrey, whenever I heard my name, I knew, first of all, get in line, and second of all, by the time I got home, I was going to be done because that word already got there. So it takes a village. We all have our different roles, and we need to be held accountable for those roles. If you see me doing something that I'm not supposed to be doing, you let me know. Thank you.
Let's go, Jeff.
I'll just say that trust is critical in any relationship, and it is unfortunate that it is very hard for individuals, a body, what have you, to show who they are until they believe that they have trust. I was told while taking this journey that almost goes out the door. People see you for what they see you as, and you need to be a person of your word. So I can only speak for myself when I talk about being transparent. I'm not going to promise you anything that I cannot do, ever. And I tell anyone to hold me to anything that comes out of my mouth, right? So there's no over-promising, no under-delivering. And if something seems suspect, right, because I have spidey sense as well, if it's tingling, maybe you want to investigate. And investigating isn't going to Facebook or going to your friend. Investigating is maybe doing an information request, maybe coming to the body that you think the false information is coming from. And along with that, to not necessarily take no for an answer. We're public property is what I've been told. You know, basically anything that we do is wide open and information can be requested. So if something seems off, I encourage anyone that's having those feelings to investigate where they need to.
So within transparency from my position, so here's my transparent moment. As a city councilman, there's nothing if our administration vetoes it, it has to have 4. So for me to actually even hop on these streets and campaign and say that I'm going to, that's transparency. Transparency is the epitome of what needs to happen in order for anything to work out within our community, because the true story is this. One person had made a mention that sunshine is the greatest disinfectant, right? Here's the truth. When things are, and there is definitely corruption in government, transparency. Transparency is when those things happen, my wisdom is knowing that I don't have all the answers. That's wisdom for me. Transparency is when I got in, I didn't know a lot of the stuff that was taking place. I didn't know the underlying portions of government, but when I find out the underlying portion of government, I speak aloud and I spare not. That's transparency. And being transparent, being transparent, you're not going to be liked. I didn't get into this to be liked. You're going to have people there. I call it the 50-50 rule. There's going to be 50% of the people who are going to love you for the stance that you take, and there's going to be another 50% that's going to hate you for the exact same thing.
Time. Good job, John.
Transparency. What are you doing? Accountability. Holding you to what you said you were going to do. We've had many promises in this city, and we've had nothing to show for it. That's not accountable. That's not accountability. When we, speaking of civil governance, when we don't know what our government is doing. And when we ask them questions and they don't want to tell us what the government is doing, that's a lack of trust, that's a lack of transparency, that's a lack of care, and that's dishonesty to us, because democracies and republics die in the darkness. When our government is acting, when we call it a shadow government, we don't want shadows. We want everything in the light that was just said. So when you ask a public official a question and they either don't want to give you the answer or they respond in a way that's defensive of giving you an answer, that should be a red flag to us. So as we leave here today, our thought processes should be, we want a transparent government. We want a government that's accountable. Hold them to what they say. When we vote on something, hold us to what we voted on. When we have a plan, hold us to that plan. If we say we're going to do something, we do it.
Good job, Vince. And last but least.
I love being old because you get to say whatever the heck you want to say. And we talk about accountability in government. I'm going to have to tell you the truth. None of these gentlemen that are sitting next to me has ever done the job that they're supposed to be doing ever in life prior. The first time they've ever done this job is at this point, and not only should we know what they're doing, I don't think most of them know what they're doing, because there are no guidelines, no training, no criteria for any of these people to do their job. I try to stress upon the guy, and I've been tutoring young colleagues for years and years and years. There is no situation by which there's training for them prior to getting there. And I'm developing a program for that through Niagara University, through the Leadership Niagara program. The other part of that equation is if they don't know what they're doing, we don't know what we're doing. These people are not elected as leaders because you all supposed to be the leaders. These are your servants. And so it's more important for you to know what they're doing than for them to tell you what they're doing, because most of the constituents don't know anything about government either. And this is where we have to raise the level of awareness so that every citizen knows what the powers of these people are and what they're supposed to be doing. Years ago, I held a legislative agenda meeting where we got everybody from Congress down out to the county legislature, which in Niagara Falls in the city, that's the lowest form of government because they have nothing to do with running the city. And we got them all together. This happens in January. And I got the idea from Masiello, Mayor Masiello in Buffalo, is that you get all of these people together, set up a legislative agenda and on consensus so that they know what they're going to accomplish in the upcoming year. Spread that news with you to get the buy-on that we're talking about here, is getting everybody aware and on the same page. The government has to do it before the people have to do it. And by doing these programs, training the constituents, training the legislatures, getting them together and saying what Newt Gingrich did back with the contract with America back in the 1980s, is that we now can hold them accountable only if we know that there's a plan that's out there that's in writing and that they're following that plan to accomplish the things that they have agreed to do together for the sake of the people. You are the leaders. These are your servants. We have to work together in order to get them to be the most effective leaders and the best constituents that we can possibly get. And I do love being old. I'll be 90 years old in 19 years.
With that being said, audience, do you have any solutions for these gentlemen on how to connect with the community?
Can you ask the question again, what the question was?
Do you have any solutions for these gentlemen on the civil governance panel to be more transparent in how to build more trust with the community?
All right. And when you talk, can you talk a little louder, because we are streaming, so we want people to hear your answers and your responses.
My name is Gregory Palmer, and what I view is the total disconnect in the communities with our politicians and the youth. At this day and age, there is no connection. Nobody is coming down to assist these peoples or show them some sort of hope. There's no hope. So they're doing what they want to do in order to feel as though they are existing. They don't even know they're not even surviving. They're mere statistics. So the people that are supposed to help them need to come down and touch bases with us. Touch bases with us, because there's a lot of stuff going on. Don't wait till it's time for primary and come and solicit for votes. Come down now in the waning years so we know that you got our back. Right now, it's a lot of hopeless people. There's no hope in them. So that's just one of the solutions.
Richard. Oh,
My name is Irene Wilson. I would just like to say
Bishop.
I would just like to say to us, panelists, and whomever is here, and whomever this concerns, I like what Martin Luther King said, it's a call to consciousness. If we don't have a conscience, if we don't have a care for the love of the people, if we don't have a love or care for our neighbors, that's not a call to consciousness. And everybody has to have a consciousness, and that's the heart. We got to care for one another. Love thy neighbor as thyself.
So the question was asked, how can we get the youth involved in government? How can we get the message that the local government has out to our youth, the black community? And I think this is an opportune moment to bring up the particular resources. There are several radio stations that are broadcasting on a weekly. They also have videographers. And one of the council members spends time and is on YouTube, Facebook, a phone app, because all the black community, what I think about when I think about the young black man, one of the things is he's probably got a cell phone, okay? He's got an internet connection on that cell phone. And he can move mountains with just that. But the council members should take some time, if they have the time, go to a specific radio station that's right down the street. I won't name names. I'm sure it'll be mentioned later. Fire 716 Radio and Big Frank in the morning. So, it's no secret. Amen. All right. So, talk to Big Frank and bring him a script, or you can either go live on the radio station and talk to the young black man in the community. You can also pre-record it. So you don't have to get the butterflies out. You don't have to do it live on the spot. There's also Rich Moranto, who's another school administrator. He has this very similar facility on military. Same thing. He's got multiple podcasts running. So in other words, if city government has a message to give, you can use a newspaper, of course, but you can use these resources. These gentlemen can work out a price or give you some airtime to get the message that's going to stream right to the young black man's cell phone. And I mean, I was going to mention something a little separate, but this might come up in some of the technological challenges that our young black men might have. But there are ways to take old computers, I'm talking from 12 years ago, and they don't operate, but they still have a good battery, and they still got a good central processing unit. Keep it brief. You can put a Linux operating system on it, and it will breathe new life into that computer. It'll be completely functional and can accept Wi-Fi and internet connection and everything for free. So I'll leave it at that.
Perfect.
All right, so
Next.
I'm Big Frank, if you don't know. So,
And this would be the last question, because I want to let everybody break and get to eat.
you can't ask them to be transparent, but us not show up. Now watch this. It's twofold real quick, because they have meetings, council meetings, that we don't show up to, so we don't know. So there's an element there where they're talking about what's going on, they're mentioning it, but we're not present to hear. So we need to be there for that. That's one solution. My part two is
Amen.
that there's a digital market, as he said as well, that we have to take advantage of and promoting it. I get it. Technology for some, I'm not tapped in. So traditionally, this newspaper, there's these elements, but technology itself, I can talk today and be across Africa just like that, but we're not giving that information out. So I think that the city needs to take different avenues in giving the message out as well, but we also have to be present where the message is. So you can't ask them to be transparent and we not show up when they want to talk.
1, 2, test, okay. My name is William Brinson. I'm the coordinator of Multicultural Student Support Services at Niagara County Community College. I live in Buffalo, New York.
SUNY Niagara now.
Okay. I live in Buffalo, New York, but I've been working in Niagara County, Niagara Falls for 16 and a half years. I love what I do. I like what I'm hearing, okay? I know you're asking for a solution. I don't have a solution. I have some ideas, because I can give you a bottle of Robitussin and you have COVID, and it's not going to help you. But what we need to do is figure out how we're going to work with the community. And one of the things that I did a few years ago is I came up with a Think Now type of conference at NCCC. It's SUNY Niagara now. And what we did is we worked with the students, the 6th graders at Niagara Street Elementary School. It has a new name now. Forgive me, I don't know the new name. I don't remember the new name. We brought in the entire 6th grade class. In addition to bringing the entire 6th grade class, we welcomed the parents of those students to participate in this particular conference, this Think Now conference. And what we did is we brought everyone into the auditorium and we asked them, how do they perceive themselves and what do they think of their community? And you would be amazed at what they thought. They didn't think a whole lot about their community, but we asked them, what would it take to make it better? And we took notes and so forth, okay? After that, we separate the young students, the 6th graders, from their parents. And we got the parents into these workshops, these college and career information workshops. And we actually enrolled like 10 out of the 40 parents who attended back into school, returned them to school. Quite a few of them finished their business degrees, culinary art degrees, and so forth. So that was the action that we took, okay? But it takes money. It takes money to do that. So when we're talking about making a difference in the community, bringing about solutions through strategy, first of all, we got to listen. We have to go in and listen to the people and find out what it is that they're looking for and with how they envision their city. So we got to work with the youth first, man. You got to start with them. We can't give up on the high schoolers as well, okay? And then also you got to think about those who've been incarcerated and how do we bring them back into society and so forth. So I'm going
You sound like you've been watching us.
So I just went downtown Buffalo to sit for a $25,000 grant through the Margaret Went Foundation. If I get this $25,000, that will help me with my Men of Merit program. And we have quite a few, yes, Jacob Fleming is one of my Men of Merit students, and I served as his mentor. Forgive me, don't hold me responsible for whatever he does in the community. I know he's doing great work, Jacob Fleming. But there's quite a few young men and women that's in the program that's going to make a difference in Niagara Falls. I'm quite sure of that, okay? So
thank you, Will.
Work with the whole community.
Appreciate you, Will, for coming. Thank you for coming out. SUNY Niagara is in the building.
Hey, how everybody doing? My name is Jacob Joseph Fleming Jr. I'm actually a student trustee. I'm actually a student trustee of SUNY Niagara. But we was talking about how can we get the men connected with the community. It starts first with, and this upsets me. This really upsets me, right? So, the parks. If we go to the park and the whole community, they are trash. I can't even do anything in the park. And we're talking about how can we connect in the community. That's where it starts. The things like that, like the parks, the nets not being on the goals being trash. It's feces on the court. When we talking about how can we connect, those are the things we fail to look at. Those are free things. How can I trust the city to do anything if the park does not even look right? And I'm not from here. So think about other people that's coming here that's not from here, that want to invest and do things, but they can't because the park is not together.
Thank you, Jacob. Well,
Yeah, one more. Just
Dante?
Okay.
Your question, by the way, my name is Bill Carroll. I live here in Niagara Falls and spent most of my life here.
How you doing, Bill? Thanks
I'm
for being
doing
here.
great. Thank you for inviting me. The question that Dante raised, if I have it correctly, was what role does transparency and accountability play in the black community? Do I have it right?
Yeah. For the local government leaders.
For the local leadership, I call on you as you make a vote to publicly explain, whether it's an email letter or just a website or a posting, why you made that vote. Congressman Tenney from the eastern end of this area publishes a report every single week on her vote and why. Have more accountability from you. Number two, how many people in this room own a telephone or have an email address or have a stamp? Write them. Let them know what your thoughts are on something. And the final thing is to the members of the legislative body of the county and the city. Make the administrations that you work with accountable for what's being done and what isn't being done. There are FOILs, Freedom of Information forms, that people submit, and they're not addressed by the administration. Ask why. Those are my comments, and I'm sorry for the passion.
Thank you, Bill.
Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. My name is Josiah. I'm a youth and advocacy specialist at the Underground Railroad Heritage Center. And I just feel like to just get back
Hey, Josiah.
Josiah, sorry. But hello, how you doing? I feel like a lot of politicians, have forgot maybe the reasoning why they even ran or forgot why they're in that position, right? And I feel like it's also starting with the grassroots work. And so I say that because we're talking about connecting with the community, right? And I'm not calling shots on any politicians in here, anything whatsoever, right? But I feel like it's also, I need to see you guys in our community, right? And that's coming to our cultural institutions, coming to our schools, right? Going to these places, right? And sometimes that even means, for lack of better wording, going to the hood too, right? And so I say that because if we're connecting with the community, we have to connect with the community as a whole, right? And if you need the blueprint, not to our own horn at the Heritage Center, but we have the blueprint. We connect with our community on a daily basis. We do activities for our youth. We were just at Believe Bond literally in February. In February, we had over 1,000 students come to our museum. And we're a small museum if you've been in there before, right? And that's in February alone, right? We offer membership programs to the city of Niagara Falls for free to come to our museum, right? And so it's investing in those cultural institutions, number one, right? And to connect with the community, number two, is actually actively being in the community. And like somebody brought up before, it's not coming to events or community events, right, when it's election time, when it's primary time. No, it's actually coming to the community, acting like you are actually a part of this community because you're serving this community. You represent us, right? And sometimes that even means coming in a t-shirt and some jeans and doing the electric slide or the cha-cha slide, right? It's doing things like that because if you want to connect with us, actually connect with us, actually talk to us, right? I heard a lot of people bring up youth, right? How many of you have conversations with youth on a day-to-day basis, right? So it's doing stuff like that too, right? So we want to connect with youth, actually talk with youth, and actually hear what they want to say, right? Because a lot of people in this city feel disconnected because their voice has been taken away from them, right? And it's also recognizing the systemic barriers that are put in place as to why their voice has been taken away, right? It's important for us to go to city council meetings, of course, but one reason why many people don't go to these meetings, the number one barrier in the city is transportation, right? They don't have a way to it, right? And the bus system is terrible, right? So that's a systemic barrier that's put in that place already, number one, right? So it's recognizing those systemic barriers when it comes to race and class, right? And it's actually remembering the grassroots work that needs to be done to invest into these communities, right? Not just actually speaking on it, but actually doing the work and being active in your community.
Okay, thank you. Give her a round of applause. We're going to close out the civil governments panel, go down, have some pizza, network, until we move into the next panel. Before we close out, I just got a few words. And first off, give these gentlemen a round of applause. I got some homework for you guys regarding local government, AKA municipal government, because that's what they call it. The 5th mayor of Niagara Falls, and I just recently learned this, the 5th ever mayor in Niagara Falls. So I want you guys to look up who was the 5th mayor of Niagara Falls and what he actually did for Niagara Falls. He said, municipal government must be ran like a business. So I say that to say, when you vote, when you engage with your government, you got to think about engaging. If this was your own personal business, would you make this person the manager of your business or your finances? Do you think he has good ideas to create new products and new service to sell, to scale your business? Do you think that you can trust this guy with the bank account of your business without personally enriching himself? Now, this 5th mayor, he went on to only do a year in local government because he built one of the most successful businesses in Niagara Falls, which led to becoming the Power Authority. But that was started by an individual who first thought himself to be just a regular businessman. He ended up getting in local politics. It's a park named after him, by the way, when you guys go do your homework. And his name starts with an A, and his first name starts with an A, last name starts with an S, just to give you guys some clues. But what I see here now, huh? That's exactly who it is. Yeah. So what he did for the city was turn it into, it was a traditional canal city. Like they were trading like furs and oils and whale oil, right? He came up with the idea of actually building a box that shot lightning through it, because that's what they thought it was. Everybody wasn't actually technically literate at the time to know, like, he's building a factory, they're building a hydro dam. They couldn't explain what that was. So I just say, look at governance as if they were running your personal finance, because it matters. And these guys have been doing a fantastic job. And I believe after this panel, more of these strategies is going to come out, because we are supposed to be aligning with each other post-panel. Right, gentlemen? All right, so we can move on, commence. Thanks, everybody.
So what we want to do is take a very, very brief break. Thank God, we thank you guys for the first panel. The next panel is going to be our entrepreneurship. But before the entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you 5 minutes. If you want some pizza and something to drink, just walk through that door real quickly, grab it, eat it over there. Don't bring it back in the sanctuary. Goes right through there. I'll bless it, and then come right back. Don't stay over there. Eat over there and then come back so we can move forward, all right? Lord, we ask you to bless the food that we're about to receive. Let it be nourishment for our bodies. Let it not bring any harm, that you might get the glory, and we'll thank you for it in Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Let's do it quickly. If you do desire to have it, you can go straight through the door here on your right.
This was all right. The Lexi cop, slow down. I seen the eye. I understand.
How you doing?
Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Absolutely. It's going well so far. Yeah. What's up?
Depending on what time you start.
I know, bro.
I might have to cut out early.
All right.
Because I have to be in by 4:30.
Oh, by 4:30?
Yeah.
The seminars are really great. And they
We
have
should start by 3:30.
You think our panel only going to...
Yeah, it's not that many people. Tony call out is really just you and Carla.
Claire?
Claire, yeah. It depends how long y'all answers it. You know the government always got long answers. Yo, dude, I'm gonna tell you right now. You know him personally? Your man?
We just getting to know each other.
Man, he is crooked. Man. He's willing to step on your neck.
No, he's a businessman.
Bro, I'm telling you right
He
now.
came to council and said, I'm a businessman. I'm business profit comes
Bro,
first.
yo, not if I put you onto a business deal and then they try to step on your neck and take it.
Listen to this. When I know up front, I know how to navigate. It's when I find out later.
See, that's the difference. That's the difference between me. And I told you, I say stuff to people's face. I was going for a deal. I brought it to him. He tried to go and bring white people in.
He's a business guy.
That's not business.
I'm
Not
just-
what I'm trying to teach the community. That's not business. That's slave trade.
That's what he.
Hey Siri, who was the fifth mayor of Niagara Falls, New York?
There's no one in your contacts named Niagara Falls, New York. Whose contact info are you looking for?
Hey Siri, who was the fifth mayor of Niagara Falls, New York?
Here's what I found.
we are going to get started again in about 5 minutes. About 5 minutes, we're going to get started again.
Really? Really? What they do? Move that meeting? Well, they both they both went home alive that day, right? Most importantly. Hey, man.
Can I get everyone's attention again? We want to start resuming our panel discussions. So I'm going to ask everybody, if you can, to start taking your seats so we can get started. How many enjoyed the first panel? How many enjoyed the first panel? And I truly, I'm grateful for the politicians, the councilmen, and our legislators that joined us, and those who were speaking on behalf of what needs to be done in our community. I was asked, and I know this is a church, but I just want you to know that we are setting some points and some goals together for our purpose. Amen. Our pipe dreamers and our, amen, transformation through revitalization. We've been working diligently to make a better community, And all of us know it takes money. So we're not receiving an offering, but what we're going to do is, if anyone in this point, I'm going to give you about 2 or 3 minutes. If you'd like to donate to some of the causes that we have, we've been doing major renovations next door to our building, just to give you an idea of what we have been doing. Wi-Fi and technology in the building. We're doing things that's going to benefit the community. And I was listening to the what can we do? What can each one of us do to better our community? And we've been partnering with different agencies and the school district. We've been partnering with Blondiva Bond School. One of the things that they had planned on doing was they wanted to build a brand new building on Niagara Street. And I knew that was going to take time, it was going to take money, it was going to take a lot of red tape to get it done. So what we did was we offered our building next door, amen, to house a lot of different programs to give people a hand up, not a handout. There's a difference, a hand up, in various ways that would bless and help them not only in the community, but help them personally. So we're working diligently to be creative and to cater to many of our young people as well as our middle age and our seniors. The whole gamut from the beginning, amen, our babies all the way up to our seniors. And I found this out when talking to various ones in the school district. We have children that are going to school, clothes are dirty, they're embarrassed, they don't want to go to school. They're smart, they're very intelligent, but they're embarrassed. So some of the things that we're talking about doing, that's just the tip of the iceberg. I said, let's put a washer and a dryer in there. When parents, amen, need something, let's help them kids to get their clothes washed. Because between here and the nearest laundromat, a lot of our people in this community don't have transportation to get there. So there's a lot of things that are going on. We want to do, amen, workforce job training. And, I'm excited about what God is doing. It's been a long time, amen, coming, and I'm so grateful. I want to say that again to all of you that have come to be with us today to share. So I'm not going to, we don't have to do it offering style, but if you want to just be a blessing to what we're trying to do as far as the finances to get things done, amen, you can just come up now, place it in the offering tray, and I'm going to ask the educational panel to come and come at this time and take your seats, those of you who are on the education panel, to come. And the role of our education in economic empowerment, it's opportunities in STEM, there's opportunities in fields and overcoming barriers of higher education, And, I do want to say publicly that I'm grateful, I am very truly grateful to this city for the participation, the help that we do have, and that has been given to us here at the Christ Redemption Tabernacle Church family. We have to be accountable when people are lending a hand out to help to make our lives better. And I'm talking about all the way across the city, not just only in the black community, but I'm talking about across this city. There has to be avenues that we can plug into that will be a benefit to all that are a part of this city. So I want to thank again, amen, the city of Niagara Falls. I want to thank the council. I want to thank, amen, the Niagara Falls Redevelopment Corporation. I want to thank all of the panelists, everything that you've done to make a difference and making a difference in the lives of people. So with that being said, thank you for that you've offered. Thank for that you've given. Lord, bless this that has been given. Let it be used for the furtherance of the ministry of empowering lives in this city. And we'll thank you for it. We'll bless you and praise you for it in your precious name. So at this time, amen, we're grateful for the educational panel. And I'm so grateful for everybody that have consented to be with us today. Dante, do you want to introduce our panel? We're grateful for them. I've served with some of them before I got off of the Niagara Falls City School Board, and it was a joyous journey with them. They have concerns for our students and for the education of those that are in this city. So at this time, I give you, amen, Dante Richardson.
Hey, everybody. So I want to introduce the next panel. I was really particular in which people I put on the panel for education empowerment, and I look for people that were the true stakeholders and that's leading education for the community of Niagara Falls. Mostly these leaders here. You see our leaders of color, and they have reached kind of the pinnacle of education within the city, whether that's through school district, or whether that's through social justice projects or the Heritage Center. So I would like for everybody on this panel to introduce themselves, tell them who you are, what you do, and why you are on the Education Empowerment panel.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Clara Dunn. I am on the Niagara Falls School Board. And I hate to say this because everybody say it all the time. I'm the only woman and I'm the only black woman. And I'm sitting on that board with 8 men, 7 are white, and 1 is black. And I'm gonna go back to what Dante said. You know, I've been approached with people saying, I haven't done anything on the board. I can't do anything on the board without 4 other board members agreeing with me. I love what I do. I ran for the school board because my grandkids are in the school system. And I know that there are still things going wrong in our school system. And if I can't do anything about it, I'm gonna bring it to the table so that somebody else can do something about it. Prior to that, I worked for the city in economic development for over 25 years. I was a little bit afraid to get on the school board, you know, with all the men, but I've learned that the school board is no different than what I dealt with the city of Niagara Falls. So I'm fine, I'm great, and I get respected, and I enjoy what I do on the Niagara Falls School Board. And before I leave, I hope I will be able and can say to myself that I did make a difference. Thank you.
Well, I'm Pastor Gwendolyn Walker. Most people know me by Shanita Streeter. And I work in ministry. For years, I volunteered with the school boards in another state. I also ran twice for the school board. I'm here today to just give on what I feel about the school system. And hopefully, it will intrigue some changes, bring about some programs within the school system. And so thank you for having me today.
Peace. Saladin Allah, and there's a lot of things that I do, so I'm not gonna get up here and tell you this long list of the things that I do. I would say that my education started with my parents, and my life has just been a trajectory of education from my parents as my foundation, and all of the various different things that I do is based within that. So I'm just here to share some of my experience and some of my insight, just in terms of the things that I do.
Good afternoon. My name is Earl Bass. I am a member of the Niagara Falls Board of Education. I've been with the school board. This will be my 8th year. Yeah, this is actually year 8. So it's my 2nd term. I am currently the youngest member of the school board. I think I may have been the youngest person elected to the school board in Niagara Falls. Don't quote me on that, but I got involved because at the time I had custody of my cousin, and I just cared about his educational future and his cohort. I think at the time there was some disconnect. I think there is still some disconnect between the board and the people that we service, and I just wanted to bring that perspective of a younger adult at the time. I started, my first campaign was, I started at the age of 27. I got elected when I was 28. I'll be 36 in 2 weeks. So I just want to make sure that I stay relevant and connected with our students. Like, I remember when Josiah was coming up through the ranks, and to see what you're doing now, that's one of the reasons why I do what I do. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
I'm missing a mic. Is a mic anywhere? Did anybody hold on? Thank you, sir.
Okay, so going to start with our first question out of the 3 questions we asked the panelists. The first question, and we can start with you. Who has the mic? Ms. Dunn? Bass? Who has the mic? We can start with Bass and go all the way down. The first question will be, what innovative educational programs could be developed to enhance economic empowerment within the Black community in Niagara Falls?
Now, are you asking from within the schools themselves or in the community?
The schools, the community, what's the best solution to provide enhanced economic empowerment educational programs within the Black community?
Okay. One, I think that we have some programs that are in play. Packard Court Community Center has their youth entrepreneurship program, and I think, those students are down at the Maker's Mark every year. They have small business owners that come in and speak to them. I think what we need to do is we need to promote the programs that we have more, and then tap into the interests of our students. One of the things that I do when I try to speak to the kids is, regardless of whatever the topic is, I want to make sure that it's something that they engage in. Our students are very smart. They're very inquisitive, and they know what they want. We just have to learn how to, as adults, tap into that. And I think in order for us to develop that program, we first need to listen to our kids to see what it is that they actually want, instead of just keep telling them what they should have.
Thank you. Yo, could you repeat the question, please?
Yes, of course. What innovative educational programs can be developed to enhance economic empowerment within the Black community in Niagara Falls?
I think the first and most important thing to understand is that you don't answer a question like that in a public forum. Do you understand what I'm saying? A general never shares their strategy with the public. And I think when we're looking at the type of challenges that we see within our community, this conversation shouldn't be live streamed. And I see plants in the audience that are not working on behalf of our community. So I preface everything that I'm gonna say sitting here today knowing that I'm not telling you what you need to hear. And if you wanna hear it, you're gonna have to talk to me personally and out in maybe like a wide area where it ain't no wires around. It ain't nobody recording what we're gonna be talking about, and it's in an open field. So now let me tell you something that I can talk to you about live streamed with these plants sitting in the audience. The most important thing our children need to have is knowledge of self, and I will say that openly, because there's nothing that can stop that. When you don't have a sense of who you are, you don't know your infinite potential. And the essence of who you are is beyond human capacity. The essence of who you are is God. And if you don't know that as your foundation, you're going to be defining yourself according to all of the layers of who you think you are. And all of those layers have limitations. There's many people in here, they define themselves according to their titles. That's all you are. Or your job, your relationship, all of these things. And when that's taken away, people feel as if they have no identity. But when you know who you are in essence, none of that could be taken away. And that's something that we've had as a people traditionally and generationally, but now we've gotten to the point where people don't really have that sense of who they actually are, essentially. That's why I started off my comments to begin with. My education started with my parents. They didn't send me to school expecting them to teach me who I was. They set that foundation. One thing I tell people all of the time, when we talk about some of the biblical stories of the past, people think miracles happened 2,000 years ago. There's miracles that have happened in your own household. But if you're not sharing those stories from your parents, your grandparents, your aunts, your uncles, if you're not sharing those stories, the children don't have access to those miracles, so they don't understand that they have the potential to overcome the same obstacles that their family has overcome. And like I said, I will say this openly. But there's other things, if we're talking about strategies, it should never be in a public forum. It should never be in an audience where you have people sitting here that are not working in behalf of our community. And if this is a black community, let me put it to you this way. If this is a forum for women, right? I shouldn't be in that room. And if I'm in that room, I definitely shouldn't be taking up space and sharing my opinions about what is in the best interest of women. I've seen that here already, where people are here taking up space that don't need to be taking up space. How are we allowing something like this? We're gonna have a discussion about the black community. And everyone in here does not identify as being black. And if we had conversations about your blackness, some people, it may only go far as slavery. And if we want to talk about our classical and our ancient civilizations as first world people, they can't go into that conversation. So their identity in terms of blackness is limited. There's many people in here, they're saying black today, but that's secondary to how they actually identify. Their public official position is first. That's how they identify. Their job is first. Their religion is first. But if this is going to be something that is black-centered, it needs to be black-centered, unapologetically. Not people feeling shaky like they scared to speak on behalf of the interests of our people. And I see that all the time. And you need to pay attention to that when you see people speaking too.
Good job. Give him a round of applause.
No, I didn't do that for no applause, y'all. I'm speaking from here. I ain't do that for no applause. I ain't making speeches and, hey, that's good. I'm speaking from the heart because I didn't come here to play.
Me neither. One thing I can say about Saladin, everybody, we can pass the mic, and I'm gonna let everybody go through the questions, and I want to narrate something to him because I met him when I first came to the city, and me and him had some discussions about some of the similar things that he was talking about.
Don't tell them what we was talking about, Dante.
Oh, okay.
Your turn.
You can tell them the other stuff we was talking about.
I'm one of those guys that love to put things into public perspective because I'm honest. Can't nobody here tell you something that I said about you without you knowing it. Everybody knows my story and what I'm doing here. I tell it the same time every time. So if I invited you on this panel and I sent everybody these questions, a lot of people didn't read the emails. So let's go to now she's stepping in for my guy Tony Riley. So she might not have got the question, so she gets a little, but it's a reason to say what your strategy is in public. Not your plan, but your strategy. And so far, my strategy's been working. I've been here less than, a year, and I already gave your kids a shot at an Ivy League education. Can't really say too many people did that. Could you go next, ma'am?
Yes. So the question was, what innovative educational program can be developed to enhance economic improvement?
Exactly.
Okay. So one of the ways, I love working with the school system. I don't do a whole lot here like I should, but I truly believe in investing in our children. One of the things is a lot of our kids are not getting the attention that they need. They're not getting attention from their parents. They're not getting attention in school. They're not being taught in a way to where that they will understand either. Sometimes teachers are over their heads. And so the kid is just sitting there acting like they understand, and they're not understanding what's going on in the classroom. I think that there should be a lot of programs implemented I'm not saying that there's not a lot of programs implemented that we're not using. But one of the things that I think that kids should have is a program to where it teaches them how to go out and get a job, basically doing a portfolio, developing a portfolio, understanding who they are, building on relationships with their teachers. Teachers, I think, to also come with some more programs for our kids. I think that our parents, now I'm just speaking from the heart right now, our parents need to be a little bit more involved. And they're not. And then they're coming in there and they're defending their kids, and their kids are in the wrong. Where the kids are interrupting and the other kids can't hear. But yet they're taking this out. Oh, my child did this, you know, this happened the other night. They were arguing, but yeah, they're interrupting the classroom. So nobody can learn now, so the teacher's upset now. So now you got this upset teacher that's trying to get this lesson in within so many minutes. And so the kids are missing out. Another thing I think to where is that they need to have effective communication, confidence in building, just confidence in themselves. A lot of them don't even understand their feelings. They don't understand what they're going through. They're just going through. And they have nobody to guide them. They need mentors. I think every child should have a mentor. Black, white, blue, green, they should have a mentor. They need somebody to guide them, learn how to work as a team. Also, not only that, having some youth incentives, some programs to where these kids, to where okay, to get them interested, I'm gonna pay you $75 a week for you to be a part of this program. This program, I'm gonna teach you, I'm gonna work with you with your math. I'm gonna work with you with how do you do a resume. I'm gonna work with you applying at college. Work with you, your advocacy. How do you talk to people? What are you doing? You know, how are you acting? So these are some of the things, if I look at, we need to work on as a community with our children. I think that we should bring them together. You know, not just going out, but, you know, we all have little events, but why we don't have it for the youth? Free. Bring them together. You know what? We're going to feed you. We're going to do this and that. Just come together. I want to just talk to you a little bit. Bringing in certain people to talk to them and to show them to where that we care. When we don't show the kids that we care, they don't care. If we don't look at their homework, they don't care. Well, I don't have no homework. And the whole time they got homework. So we don't want to pass that by. We want to be a help to our children.
Appreciate you.
Done?
That's a little bit difficult. I agree with Saladim said, because when I ran for election, someone came up to me and said, I'm gonna vote for you because I want you to go in and bring Black history to the schools. Again, going back to what Dante said, can't nobody do nothing without the votes you need to change whatever board you on or whatever. But and even locally, we can't just say we're bringing Black history to our schools, but our Board of Education can petition New York State to say we would like to see what we can do. And going back to what Saladin said, I can't say in this forum, but there was some discussion about bringing Black history curriculum to our schools. There was a person that's working on it. I'm not gonna say any more about it because I don't know where it is at this point. But that has not been forgotten. There are people in the community who is taking that to heart and really want to do something about that. Programs, our school system, we have a lot of programs that will help our students and our community become economically empowerment and when these kids get out of school. What's sad to me and what I have taken to my heart is that our students, our Black children, are not taking advantage of the many programs that the Niagara Falls School Board have. We have a lot of programs, believe me, we do. But when I see kids who's taking advantage of these college programs where you can get credit, our robotics programs, our P-Tech program, more advanced reading programs, our black kids are not taking part in it. And one is because the parents don't know. Yeah, the school board, we send out a little notification. We got this program started, you know. These single moms look at it, they work 2 jobs, they don't know. I have talked to people about we need to do something to get parents more involved, and I am so happy. One thing that I've learned today is from the gentleman from Niagara Community College. What he did is what we need to get our parents to know what's going on. He did his program with the parents at Bond Elementary School. He said he had 40 parents, 10 he got into more education. Now he's telling me he's going to another school to do that. That's what it's gonna take to get our parents to know what is available in the school system for your child to leave the school knowing how to read and to be successful in their future. We gotta wake up. It starts with the parents, and the parents need education, and that is a very good way to start. So I'm all in for that. I'm gonna work with him, and each school he go to, I'm gonna be there, because parents, we need you to get your children involved. Black children, not Indians, not Asians, black children, please.
Thank you. Next question. How can education be used as a tool to bridge a gap between the current workforce demands and the skills available within the black community? Start with you, Mrs. Dunn.
Okay, what was that again?
How can education be used as a tool to bridge the gap between the current workforce development demands and the skills available within the black community?
Okay, I think, you know, like we are doing some of it, that local industries are coming into schools, you know, tapping into certain professions, you know, teaching and training our kids to do that. So when they leave school, or even while in school, they might be able to give them some kind of job, you know, in their plant. So we are doing a little bit of that. And the other thing is we need to start now, as early, way before 9th grade, teaching the kids the skills of economic development, how they can be more successful if they choose to go into business. All kids are not college kids. So we need to bring, and again, the school district is doing that. We do have programs that will prepare kids who will not be able to go to college. So I guess that's the only way you can do it. We just have to continue to tap into the community, to these plants, and to these you know, business owners that will be able to come into our schools and work with our kids to teach them how to do that.
Perfect. Next.
That's all right. You got a little comfortable with it. Praise God. One of the things I would state is to build a gap between the youth in the workforce. We have to learn how to teach our kids to be to value learning, to understand to where is that you have to maximize everything that you learn. Trade skills, just basically stepping out to where is, you know what, I gotta do this. And in order for them to feel that way, we have to put something in them to where is they have to have that hunger to want to learn, to want to be able to get a good job. We have to have organizations to where it's just willing to partner with us. Organizations to, from the politicians, churches, all sorts of organizations to work with our kids so that we can enhance them, so that they can be ready. See, they're being sent come across some kids to where they don't know how to fill out an application online. They don't know how to fill out an application. So we got to partner with organizations that's willing to invest in our children, right? Don't you think we got to invest in them? We got to find ones to where it's, you know what, I'm going to do a trade school, a trade skill for them. I'm going to do an apprenticeship program, having some of the kids to go work at a law office for the summer, having some of the kids to work at City Hall for the summer, having the kids to be involved in different areas of life, even in interns here at the church. You know, kids need to be exposed to a lot more than what they're being exposed to. They're hearing it in school, but it's like, you know, here we go. So they didn't shut their ears down. So as soon as you tell them, I'm gonna give you a little incentive, they're gonna move because they want that money, right? So sometimes we have to work in different ways. And this is for all kids. But mainly for our black kids, we gotta invest a little bit more.
I think it's important to understand that when we're dealing with Gen Z, they're not a, I'm going to fill out an application, get a job generation.
You're absolutely right.
These are entrepreneurs, right? These aren't children that believe the things that my generation, many of us believed, right? I'm from Generation X. Many of you are baby boomers, right? Some of the language that I was told when I was growing up is go to college, you can go to the military. It wasn't really an emphasis on even a trade. Generation Z, and I haven't even talked about the millennials, but Generation Z right now, they don't believe none of that. And there's no evidence around them to tell them that they should believe what some of y'all is telling them about just, you know, just put your head down and just get a good job and retire. That, they are not thinking about that. There are too many examples of them creating their own path. Most of us in here are internet immigrants, right? We came from a world before there was an internet. These are children who are internet natives. That's the only world that they know. And there are too many opportunities. Tell you some of my background, my focus is like early childhood development, but I've taught children from many different ages. Like I noticed for a few years I was teaching in 6th grade, and I noticed over the years with the growth of technology that a lot of their ideas in terms of what they wanted to be when they got older changed. You always hear the NFL and the NBA, but then I started to hear influencer. I started to hear gamer. I started to hear YouTuber. And you cannot say that that is not possible. There's no way that you could say that that's not possible because there are too many examples to show that that is a path of purpose. And I think that our perspective needs to change in how we deal with this generation in terms of we are in a position to help them find their purpose in life, not get a job, because their purpose is going to create contributions to this society because they're living what they love to do. We have to give them the character tools and the other different elements that, regardless of what they do, it's going to be a sense of righteousness to it. They're going to have a sense of conscience when it comes to contributing to the planet. All of those particular things. But in terms of like what they want to do when they get older, we need to listen a lot more and support them in terms of the path that they're actually going to be going on, regardless of what we have to say about it. We're in a totally different world and I'm not even talking about the alpha generation. Like my 5-year-old, let me give you a story. She's in kindergarten. She came home the other day and said her friend Jada said that she was smarter than her. She's like, Dad, guess what? I said, what? She said, Jada said that she's smarter than me. And I said, so what did you say? She said, I asked her to tell me what intelligent means then. That's a 5-year-old. That level of intelligence. See, I grew up in a generation where we were told that there was a Wizard of Oz. And some of us, especially when hip hop came out, we were informed about the social justice and the issues that were going on in society. So we knew that some things really weren't true. This generation, You cannot sell them the idea that there is a wizard in Oz. They do not believe that at all. And sometimes we may get a little apprehensive about how rough their language may be and how they may feel like, you may feel like the way that they talk, there may not be a level of respect or something like that. Take all of that away and recognize that they're speaking from a genuine place. They're being real. And if you're not able to meet them where they are, then any wisdom you think you got or guidance, they will not listen to any of that. I came from a generation where a popular phrase was, I'm not hearing that, right? Their generation is, I'm not even trying to hear that. They're not even giving people a chance, right? And then I'll say this last thing. All of the panels that we've had so far and the other ones that we're gonna have, I think it's important to understand that there's a difference between a peacock and a shark, right? When you go to the zoo, has everybody ever seen a peacock at the zoo? Everybody sees the peacock at the zoo because they want to be seen, right? But in this city, you have to be a shark. You have to be unseen. And you have to do things. If you're ever in waters and you see that dorsal fin come out of the water, it is too late for you to do anything at that time. And you have to plan and strategize in that way where you're quietly getting things done and not being loud and telling everybody what it is that you're doing. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay.
So my answer to this would be two-part. Kind of far as what the state is trying to do to kind of tap into that, they're actually changing the curriculum so that we create different educational tracks so that it's not the basic math, science, social studies, English. You know, the state is actually trying to create pathways where students who are art-driven can go into that direction and take those skills, you know, have the basics of the core, but actually hone in on their skills so that they can use that and tap into who they are. You know, even if it's because one of the things that students are talking about now is they don't see the value in some of the things that they're learning, and there's this stigma associated with education, and I always looked at it as school was a generalization so I could figure out which direction I wanted to go in, and I thought I was going to go to school for forensic science and then morphed into biology, and then eventually I became a firefighter. But I'm not a firefighter. My passion is people. If I wasn't a firefighter, I would have gone into education because I was raised to serve. And so that is why I do what I do. My profession allows me to have access to my community. I work where I work because, you know, I could easily work in LaSalle, but I choose to work downtown because that is where I'm from, and I want to give back into the place that poured so much into me. Growing up, I had the resource. We had so many different, I mean, Saladin was one of the people that had programs with us there. And you was a youth worker, but like there were so many options. You know, some people talk about the community center. That's what the resource was for me. I mean, I'm a poor kid from Jordan Gardens and Uni Park. My mother had me at 17. You know, but I was never taught to be a product of my environment. I just was there. I wasn't of there. And so there's no shame in where I'm from. But I think that one of the things that we have to do is we have to learn how to tap into our kids and help them remove those barriers. And I have a lot of respect for the things that you were saying because it's like, you know, we have really brilliant kids, and we really just got to tap into them. You know, we have some students that Brian and I were talking a couple weeks ago, and one of the students was saying she was an artist. And I asked her, does she do commission pieces? And my thing was, my form of investing in her is I asked her to make me something to tell her teacher, and then whatever the price is, I'll pay for it. And that's my way of trying to plant a seed so that she can go into those directions. To feed off what Ms. Dunn was saying, we are partnering with, we're trying to create some pipelines as far as, we have students that are interested in welding, get them their certification, and then some of the local businesses have made pledges to take on our students. And that's just one of the things that we're doing. But ultimately, I think the best thing that we can do is to tap into our kids to see what it is that they want on an individual level, and then try to foster and hone that skill.
Great. Last question. The last question will be, what partnerships can be formed between educational institutions in the local Black community to foster lifelong learning and professional development for adults? Start with you, then go down.
One of the people who was supposed to be on this panel is Dorothy Brundage. She is the vice principal at Beneva Bond. And that program, that's one of the things that she has made a very personal mission. And I speak about that individual because she actually turned down several times the promotion of becoming a principal because she wanted to make sure that she was in a particular building to service a particular portion of our student body. And, she was offered other schools, and she said no because her mission was not just our students, but the development within their families. My mom was very strict on me. And, I was an honor student that got put on punishment because I wasn't, my 90 plus wasn't high enough for her standards. And that goes back to the home thing that you were talking about. And one of the things that we have to do, and one of the struggles that we have as a district, is learning to tap into our families so that they see the importance of what we're trying to do, so that it can help with our students. And accountability is a big thing too. Self-accountability is a huge thing. I'm a very reflective person, so I listen and I try to address those things. But far as with adults, we have programs. There is the building on Walnut, right behind the post office. They do have adult learning there. The CEC offers adult learning programs. With the district, with the housing authority, we have, we just started a phlebotomy program. And the students, they have their textbooks paid for and everything. Those courses are being paid for, and that is the way that we're trying to empower our parents so that it benefits the student. I speak from a place of, for myself, my mom tapped in to things. She was a part of a first-time homeowners program, and that's how we got our first house. So there are programs that are there. I think we have to do a better job at getting that information out. One of the things that I've noticed this year is our schools all have their own social media page, and they're a lot more active than what they used to be. Before it used to just be one post here and there. They post daily, and they engage. They're trying to engage. And as a board member, because I don't pretend to have the answers. I don't. I'm here to help facilitate and amplify your answers. So I'm open to suggestions all the time. But I think that, you know, as far as the phlebotomy program, the CNA program, those are those types of things. And then even with our entrepreneur, you know, Frank's building on Niagara Street, they're developing skills there. I think that one of the things that I think we have to do, especially as a community, is to learn how to not duplicate what someone else is already doing. We don't need 10 boys to gent programs. We don't need those. You know, we don't need to have 500 basketball programs. If that's their niche, let them have their niche and then support them in that niche. Then you give a compliment to that. You know, I get approached by people asking, well, what program is? I'm like, how about you call that individual school and see what they need? Because you're coming to me asking me, you're pitching a program that 5 other people have already done. And you know what, I'm gonna step to the side real quick on this. Stop fighting among each other, okay, for these grants. Stop fighting among each other for these grants.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And that's just what I'm gonna say. You know, there's money to be had. There's no reason why you're stabbing each other in the back. Especially when, you know, you fighting over pennies when there's a pot of gold right there, and they want to give it to you, but you're not even trying to put your hand out. Why do you care that individual has a program that receives this type of funding? It's not even your niche. And that's all I'm gonna say as far as that is concerned. But I actually got to go because I got to be to work in 15 minutes.
He is a firefighter for our city.
So,
Thanks, Bob.
but thank you.
Appreciate you, bro.
So before I answer that question, I wanted to point out something that Earl said that I think is important, very important. He said that he started off wanting to study forensic science, then biology, and then became a firefighter. But his purpose, his passion is people. So that he could take into any sphere of endeavor or industry that he goes into because he found what his actual passion is. And I think when we're dealing with children, we also have to identify that. And it requires a strength-based approach. What that means is that child that's always in people's business, that is a future social worker probably. Or the person that's always arguing and they just have a passion for what's right, that's a future lawyer or a litigator or some of those things, right? We know the children as comedians or they need to be in entertainment. But instead of looking at those qualities as deficits, we have to recognize that these are assets if they're focused the proper way and they're given the type of support that's necessary, right? The one, you know, when I've taught in different spaces, I always identify the leader. And I make them my supporting teacher in the room because I recognize those leadership abilities. I had one student one time that they were 4 years old, but if you took that child and put them in like an unknown city, they had the skills to be able to figure that situation out. They could find food, they could find clothing, they could find shelter. They were that highly intelligent at 4 years old. I would have no doubt in my mind that they could figure themselves out of that situation. There were other children that same age, they may have not had that skill set, right? But when I recognized that, this is a young child that oftentimes would be looked at as problematic and all this other stuff. I'm like, nah, this person could be a future CEO of a Fortune 500 company, or they could be a supervillain. It depends on the kind of support that we give our children. And the key is to recognize that they have qualities and assets that can go into any particular path, right? So now, to answer that question in regards to opportunities. How many people, by show of hands, belong to an organization or an institution in some capacity here that's in this room right now? So we have the ability to be able to provide these resources right here, and we're doing it. We just have to network and to trust that we're gonna follow through and execute what it is that we say we're gonna do. I was having a conversation like years ago, and I was standing outside of the public library, and I was talking to this brother, and he was talking about how we need, like, you know, programs for youth, and we need tutors and all this other stuff, and blah, 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 blah. He was going on and on. And I said, you know that at the library, you could reserve rooms at the library and just hold classes there, and it's open to the public. And I said, right down the street, there's a dollar store, and you can buy pencils and paper and everything else. And right up from there, you can go get a police check at the police station so that, you know, people could see that you're on the up and up and everything. Because if you really want a program like that, you're gonna have to prove to parents that you're not a potential threat and you ain't got nothing on your record that they should be worried about. You could just go get those things, go door to door, and tell them that you're starting an after-school program and get children to meet you at the library every so often. That program still hasn't happened, and this is years ago. So one thing I learned too is that a lot of times people are waiting for somebody to save us instead of taking initiative to just do it ourselves, right? We have everything we need right here, but it's really about, are you really about that work? Or are you just up here talking? What's gonna even follow this? All of this, what's gonna follow this?
It's in your email.
I ain't talking about emails, I'm talking about work.
No, it's work. It's a strategy.
No. I'm not talking about talking. I'm not talking about emails. I'm talking about putting your feet on the ground and doing the work.
Yeah, but you got
What's gonna follow? Yo, let me talk.
Okay, go ahead.
Please, let me talk. Don't interrupt me. It's about doing the work and being consistent about it. And that's what it all comes down to, the basic foundation. I cannot stand meetings because we need to meet, because people didn't show up at the last meeting, and that's why we need to meet again, and we need to talk about having another meeting because we need to meet. I don't do that. It's about, we need to put some money together to get something done, let's do it, period. All of that, who needs to get the credit and all of this fancy stuff, that is not what we about. That's not how things are gonna change in our community. We just need to do the work, period. It doesn't matter who gets the credit. It doesn't matter whose name is on it. None of that matters. If this is serious like we say it is, all of that stuff needs to be to the side, right? So we just need to simply come together. We're all connected in some capacity, and that is it's just simple. It's simple. That's the kind of straightforward path that we need to take in everything that we're doing. And if it's not being taken, then you have to ask yourself the question, do these people really want to do that work? Some people work harder not doing the work than just doing the work. And you have to be conscious of when people are doing that. And an easy way to expose all of that is you say, we meeting up here, we're gonna do this community cleanup, whatever, let's get it done. Right now, if you ask me, you know I'd be doing 1,000 things. So if I don't show up, you know that I'm already doing something else. But if I can be there, I'm always intentional about everything that I do. And if a person is associated with me, you know that they are doing that type of work too. Because I do not associate with people that's just talking and doing all of this other stuff, because I'm about that work.
Next person.
I hear you. There's a lot of talking to be going on and a lot of stuff not being done. We can talk all day long, but we have to be willing to take that initial step to bring about change. So one of the things I would say, continuing education programs, to have partnership, to have continuing educational programs. Also to get tied in with some businesses. Once again, teen internships, career readiness, exposing, once again, to different types of jobs. Educational institutions, as far as some of the colleges, working with the high schools, which I know that some do right now. There's some programs, but we can always have a little bit more. Education programs within the Black community. So there's Black organizations around here to where is, what are we really doing to help our youth? A lot of them are for adults, but they don't have any programs for kids. And so learning to partner with them to come with some things that we can do. Our kids right now, we just have to find the time. I'm going to speak from the heart here. We have to find the time with education. It saddens me when I see kids that's in the 12th grade right now that can only read maybe on the 8th grade level. It saddens me when I see a 4th grader is reading on the 1st level, reading, or 12th graders that can't do algebra. It bothers me because kids are being pushed on, and they're being pushed through the system because we need these kids to graduate. Now, I'm not going to beat up the Board of Education because they're doing what they're supposed to do. They got rules and regulations. But we know that anytime that you're getting $18,000 for each child, our kids should be really educated, and they're not. And that those that have disabilities, it's double the amount of money that they receive. And it is up to us to work with our kids. Are we willing to do the work? Are we willing to step out? Like I say, I've been in enough meetings, meeting after meeting after meeting, but I don't see anything going on. It sounds good, it looks good, but there's nothing happening. People are not gonna do it, they're not gonna get up, I don't have time, I work, I got my kids, I got all this to do. Well, you say you wanna see a change, you say you wanna help with our kids, then you gotta step up. We had community centers when we were kids. I mean, we had a community center that did everything. I learned how to model at the community center. They taught sewing, they did everything at the community center. Played sports, you go there after school. It was no problem. It was always something to do. We don't have the community centers anymore. We need more community centers. If they're opening up your building and let the kids to come in to where is that we have these programs for our kids because they have nothing to do. Anytime that they're just walking around, I watch the kids, they're just walking around and they're getting high. They're watching different ones, they're seeing certain things, and so now they want to drink. Oh, well, let's just try this. Or they want to smoke a cigarette, or I always say it wrong. Is it vape or vape? I always say the name wrong. But they want to try different things, but we're not putting it in their face, you know. If they look at their community and they said, it's nothing here. What do we have in our community? You ride down the street, the houses are all messed up, the grass, every grass is this high, garbage is everywhere. Nobody's getting out to try to help or say, you know what, I'm gonna get these youths together. I'm gonna talk with them, you know, let's go out. Let's do a little bit here. Let's try to make a little garden. Let's do a vegetable garden. Let's do a flower garden. You know, teaching them a little bit about that to where it's okay, being a part of the community that they live in. Going down Highland, we had a pharmacy. We had all sorts of things. But you got areas just like the pastor was speaking earlier to the bishop, there's not a laundromat in this community, right? So gossiping, watching TV, on Facebook, is what you put in your kids' face. My children, when they came home, you know, you're not gonna sit and watch television. You know, people put their kids too much in front of the TV. 20 minutes, that was it. They knew they had to do homework, that was it. You're gonna do something, education, you're gonna read. We need to get our kids reading more. Reading clubs, reading book clubs. There's book clubs for the adults, but where's the book clubs for the kids? So I would say to where is if we would invest more in partnership with more organizations. There's a lot of organizations out there that got plenty of money. They're willing to just throw it at you. But we have to be willing to step out and show them to where this is what we're planning to do. I really think that we need a good mentorship program for our kids. A mentorship program to where it says, you know what, I'm a pastor, I'm gonna be one of the mentors. I'm a police officer, I'm gonna be a mentor. I'm a firefighter, I'm working over here, and I just wanna come together and we do a mentorship program for that year. Take that child for the whole year and just mentor that child. Invest in our children. God bless you.
I think I kind of lost focus of the question.
I know you did. I mean, it's up to you guys to see if y'all got the answer you're looking for, because this is for the audience. So that question was, what partnerships could be formed between educational institutions in the local Black community to foster long life learning and professional development for adults?
Okay, I think it is within the community organizations that we have. We have a lot of community organizations, and it's up to those organizations to figure out what they can do best to help the community come together, help our kids learn more and to be successful. It's on you. It's on the community organization. Our superintendent, Mark Laurie, is good about listening to groups, organizations, coming in with ideas, that can be implemented in the school system, that will help kids, that help parents. He will listen to you. If your idea is good, he find a way to give you money, because the school district, we might not have all the money in our general budget, but one thing we do, and he's aggressive about going out and getting grants for the school district. So when we get those grants, we have to put those grants back into the community. So if you have an organization and you know that your organization can provide something that's beneficial to the school district and the students, you need to come in and bring your idea before the school board and the district. There's money. I've talked to people about mental illness. We all know that mental illness is arising around here. And mental illness does not always mean somebody crazy who's out there bugging out. It's just somebody who can be depressed. Some of our kids come to school depressed. Some of the parents are depressed because they don't know what to do. Mental illness is broad. The school district need help with mental illness. We're focusing on mental illness. We've gotten grants for mental illness, and now we need organizations who can probably come in and lend a hand to help mental illness within our community. We have a lot of people, as Saladin said, it's footwork. It's footwork. I get tired of coming to meetings and we talk about the problems. One thing you're saying today, we're hoping today will bring solutions. And that's what I want to hear today. We need to stop saying we want to do something and then you don't do it. One of the missions of the Niagara Falls School Board is to be out in the community working with the parents. We have a mission statement and goals. I don't know how many, around maybe about 25 or so, things that we petition ourselves to go out there and do with these parents. I'm sorry I have to say it, even though I'm on the board, I might get knocked, I might get talked about. The board is not doing those things. So what I said to one organization, here's the list. Here's what the Board of Education is supposed to be doing in the community with these parents. You need to put this in our face. You need to figure out how you can make us do this. Have I seen anybody come back? No. I've talked to people about mentoring. Some of these organizations, start a mentoring program. I mentor 8 single moms, and believe me, it makes a difference, because out of those moms, they don't know what I said earlier about the programs that the school districts have. They don't get the information. They're like, well, I don't know, I didn't know this. But with me helping them, oh man, it's made a big difference in their family. So some of us, some of the organizations, take a family on. Take some of these single moms that you see struggling. Take them on. You have power within your organization. We have power within this black community. What's that old saying that you say, reach one, teach one? We need to reach one, black people in this community, and teach unity. Because until we do that, our power means nothing. And you need to know we do have power. When we come together, we're going to be able to get a lot of things done. But footwork. You got to do the work. You just can't sit back, come to a meeting, and say, we're not doing this, we're not doing that, but what are you willing to do? And don't put all of the problems that we're having with these children on the Board of Education. They're there to teach. And if their child comes to school hungry, crying because I got beat, they got to take time now to console that child. That takes away from teaching. So it goes back to the responsibility of the parent. It's not all on the Board of Education. We as a community need to bring ourselves together and make sure we're doing for us. Don't wait for a handout, because when we start doing for us, we can go get them. And like he said, we don't want a small piece of the pie. We want the whole pie. But if you're trying to get one piece and they're trying to get one piece, none of us get nothing, and it just means nothing. So my thing is, my passion is, I just want parents. And let me tell you, it's not easy. I'm not trying to knock the parents, because I know parents are doing a good job, because I took on the responsibility of taking care of my 14-year-old grandson. He's been with me since 11. He's been with me for 11 years, and it's tough. So I know these single moms with 4 or 5 kids and working 2 jobs. It's not easy, but footwork. You have to sometimes lay aside being tired and pull your kids aside and say, this is what we're going to do. They need to be taught at home. They need to be taught who they are. They need to be taught how to respect themselves. I see so many girls now don't respect themselves. And they're like, well, my mom. Well, you see what your mom doing means you need to do better than what your mom is doing. Don't blame it all on your mom. Take it on yourself. So, I don't know. I have a lot of things to say, but the one thing that bothers me the most is that we don't come together. We knock each other, and we don't, until we can get together, nothing's going to happen. And I'm going to say this, and it's not to offend anybody, and it's not to take away anybody else who's done anything in this community. There's a lack of knowledge in our community.
Yes.
There's been a lot of things going on in this community. And I'm on the school board, and I didn't even know about some of these things. And they were black programs. They were things pertaining to the black community and black people, and I didn't know about them. There is a lack of knowledge among our black community when it comes to things in our community. There is one person that she took it upon herself, and I'll mention her name because we need to give credit where credit is due. I don't care how many years ago it was. Stephanie Coward, when she was on the Niagara Falls Housing Authority, she put out tons of information in this community. She didn't care if it was for the Housing Authority. She didn't care if it was something about the City Hall or the parks. Everything that Stephanie Coward thought this community needed and that would benefit us benefiting from, she put it out there. And I was at a meeting a couple of months ago at Niagara University. That was one of the things they said, and somebody suggested, here's a solution. that our community need to find a network, one place where this can be done. And if it's not one place, maybe several places. NU was a little hesitant about taking it on, but we need that database where everybody in this community will know what's going on. A lot of people don't know that you are in charge of the Underground Railroad. So we need to educate ourselves so that we can become a better whole community and we can show our Black power. Believe me, we got power. And again, let's work with the guy from community college to make sure that he goes with, even if he goes, we have, I don't know how many schools we have, 8 or 9, but I mean, if he can just tap in half of them and reaching these parents, wow, we've accomplished a lot. Parents are the key. I'm a grandparent, I'm tired, my grandson is wearing me out, but I will not let the streets have him. I'm teaching him, and he's gonna be somebody when he leaves high school.
Clap for Mrs. Dunn, y'all. Clap for the piano. Now, if...
Can I say one thing too?
Go ahead.
There's a program called My Brother's Keeper. And a lot of people don't even know about it. And they get a lot of money through the Board of Education. And I'm talking about, isn't it $1 million? They got?
I don't know exactly, I don't wanna say.
Okay, well, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot.
And it's through the Obama. Obama had started that. And so all you have to do is come with a plan and go to the Board of Education. You just write your plan out. There is money there.
That's the thing, we don't know that. A lot of people don't know, just like I said, we got money for mental illness. None of these organizations know anything about that. All you gotta do is make sure your plan will benefit and work along with mental illness. There's just a lot of things we don't know in this community, and we gotta find a way. If somebody can really think about that database, one organization or whatever, we can put this information out.
Okay, thank you.
Let me ask something real quick. So it was shared that there's not like community centers here. We have community centers here, you know what I'm saying? Activities and stuff for youth. And then also, a lot of our youth may not be actually reading books, but they reading statuses and comments and stuff on social media all day, every day. So they are reading. They may just not be reading what we think they need to be reading, right? So I think we need to kind of shift our perspective again a little bit and understand that a lot of the things that we have, they're there. They are actually there, but we have to actually look for them, you know?
If anybody has questions, well, solutions for the panel, please raise your hand and give them a shot.
Can we, okay. If you want to make a statement. No, it's not, no, that's all right, that's all right. I didn't say that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheena Richardson, and I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. And when you said mental illness, I just wanted to make that known. I do have 8 years of experience as a psychiatric nurse practitioner. I do work in the community. I recently started my own LLC, and I'm coming to Niagara County to help with the mental illness issues that are in our community. 1 in 5 adults across the United States are living with at least one mental illness. And anxiety disorders are the most prevalent disorder. So I just wanted to put that out there. I definitely want to connect. Thank you so much, Lady D, for the invitation. And I'm excited about the opportunity to work with mental health.
Question, how soon will you be here, and where would the location be?
So I am licensed in the state of New York currently. I am working I do virtual appointments currently, and I have been for the last 3 years. I specialize with adults. I can connect with as far as the adolescents and the children. But I've been working for the last 8 years, is that, and the last 3 years virtually. So I have cards, I can get that information out to help the people who need it.
Yeah, because one of the stigmas a lot of times is some of our people may not trust white people in that field.
Absolutely.
And not being culturally competent enough
Absolutely.
to understand. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so
that's
much.
Excellent.
He was next.
I apologize if my questions and statements here come off a little bit hostile, but I've been going back and forth with the city school board on a couple of things. So I'm going to start with a simple theory here. If it takes a village to raise a child, it takes a village to fail a child, right? So if that's the case, why does it seem continuously we look at half the village? We look at single moms, kids, dads not being around, and every other stereotypical issue that's going on within the black community, and we keep saying, you, the recipients of this service, aren't doing enough. That's why all this time we keep having these issues, and no time do we turn around and say, I'm sorry, aren't you the administrators, the tribal leaders? If we're a tribe, we keep having members of this tribe not being able to hunt and farm. We would starve as a tribe, okay? And the latest results that showed is we're ranked, I think, bottom 10th in the state. I think we are only at like a 30% reading rate and all of these things. And so it baffles me that we talk about what the community can do, because the community can do certain things, but the most important thing the community can do right now, and my thing, is hold the feet to the fire of the administration, because the administration has been failing us, and we've been letting them tell us that the problem is we're not working hard enough. And it happens because as adults, we don't really know what our kids are learning. And I don't mean that negatively, but nobody understands this shift from Common Core. I don't. I have a friend who's an accountant. He's like, I don't even get it. I do my math totally different. People don't understand how kids read, but our kids aren't reading. Our kids are failing at reading, but we just assume that they just have to try harder. The whole school curriculum has changed, for those of you that don't know. They've been going with whole word reading. Memorize the word and you'll figure it out. It has failed, and we've gotten a meeting with the school district. We got a meeting with the head of the NAACP from Oakland, who runs Fulcrum, which is leading the way in returning back to what is called structure reading. A lot of you might remember it as sounded out and phonics and stuff like that. It's a little bit of that stuff wrapped in and a few more things added on. So we're going back to that, and there was an opportunity for the school district to go to Seaford, Delaware, and witness a school district that was the worst in Delaware come and become the first in a little over a year by changing the curriculum. The school district said, we had nobody. We're too busy. So NSIG, our organization, sent somebody. We got funding donated, and we sent somebody. You think the school district has come back, hey, what did you learn? Can you tell us? Is there anything we can use? Radio silence. So we have to continue to push that issue. And that is where, like, I'm really frustrated, because again, we talk about the community, and I don't know how many in the community know that some of the things that they're doing is because they don't want to deal with the actual issue at hand. We're all hearing about the trips to the historically black colleges, right? Great stuff. Trips to Ghana, great stuff. But you know why? This school district is what is known as a TSI, targeted school something or other. It is on, I guess, probation or on notice from the state for failing black, brown, and poor kids. And they're like, you have to get it together. Easiest way they test how black, brown, and poor families are happy with their service is a survey. Surveys don't really capture the best things, and if you're giving trips to HBCUs and Africa, people are like, oh, they're paying attention to what's happening in the black community. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just giving you something so you're not holding their feet to the fire because the kids can't read. And all I'm saying is the solution is out there. We need to tap it in, and I've seen it not happen because there's a fear from the school district of change and how hard it is to change. But also, if there's any one thing I will say is we need to go to these parent group meetings. The school has these parent engagement groups that they have to have because they're a TSI, and I've been to one of them, and I say nothing. And you already looking at me like, he says nothing? He's got a million things to say all the time. I go in there, I'm the only person, and everything's being run by like people who are parents and teachers for the school district, and you're sitting there like, okay, well, I guess there's nothing for me to say here. It's a little weird. And so we keep letting them get away with it. So if there's any one thing we can do as a community, it's go to these events, go to the school meetings, and go together. So you're not just one voice, and we can push the issue. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Samika Sullivan. I swear I ain't come here to talk today. I just want to just get a few things out. So I graduated high school in 1995. If anybody graduated high school before that, if you had a research paper to do, how did you find out information for your research papers? Encyclopedias. Library. You went to the library, you got an encyclopedia, right? I mentioned the word encyclopedia to a group of kids today. They didn't have no idea what I meant, right? So one thing we do have is we have more access to knowledge today than we've ever had at our fingertips before. We can pull up our little phones and find out anything we want to know factually, opinion-wise. We can find those things out. So the fact that we keep saying that we don't know stuff is because we don't want to know stuff, right? There's a Facebook page called Girl, Is This Your Man? Or something like that. Almost every woman I know is on that page. They found that page, right? So if we want to find stuff, we find it. If I want to figure out where can I go buy this at, I'm going to get online and I'm going to figure it out. There's 3 pages if anybody's interested. We always waiting for somebody to do something when there are people who are doing stuff. There are 3 Facebook pages right now that you can go to. You'll find out everything going on in this city. One is called Niagara Shine. If you ain't known there, like the page. Niagara Shine. Ren Fagan runs that page. There's another one called The Good Things About Niagara Falls. And there's another page called For the Good of the Hood, NF. Okay? You're going to find out everything going on in this city, whether it's black business, white business, school board, churches, activities, family things. They out there, right? You can find this information. I think the more we keep saying the information ain't there, the more we give people excuses for figuring it out why it ain't there. Mark Laurie makes robocalls. I see people on Facebook, I'm tired of these calls. I hang up on these calls. And then you mad because you don't know there ain't no school tomorrow. Right? The information is available. We have an internet. It is a world wide web. And if we're not using it, shame on us. Shame on us. That's a poor excuse. Now, the last thing I'm going to say is when I grew up, I was a 13th Street Center kid until I joined the drill team, and then I became Center Avenue Center kid. And we loved those places, and they were gone. I moved away, and I came back, and I went to Miss Glenda Glover, who was running the community center. And I walked in there, and there was nobody in there. And I said, hey, Miss Glenda, I just moved back from New York City, and I got all these ideas. And Miss Glenda was like, yeah, okay. Right? But all of these folks who benefited from that place, where was y'all at? Because Miss Glenda couldn't do it all by herself. She got tired of trying to do it all by herself. The lady, God bless her soul, almost lost, all passed away doing it by herself. This is up to us. We had 2 community centers. We got 5 now. But I watch people sit in community centers and say, we need some community centers. Because the kids is killing each other. People that's killing each other is in their 20s. They ain't necessarily the children. Right? And is these 25-year-old people that shooting each other, they going to be at that center if we build one on every block? We don't utilize what we have already. We have the Packard Court Community Center. We got the Doris Jones Family Resource Building. Why is it a resource building and not just a place where people go and hang out? Because we realized that having a bunch of folks go and hang out wasn't creating solutions, right? So we need resources. So Stephanie Coward and the people who ran that said, well, let's make sure we got a computer lab in here so our community can use it. Let's bring in some Microsoft courses so people can get certifications. Let's bring in resources that people need. I took a Microsoft certification class at the Doris Jones Family Resource Building in between Jordan Gardens and Unity Park. I was the only black person in the class. We ain't utilizing what we have. We have gotten so caught up with this, we don't have this, and ain't nobody giving us that we don't want to put the work in and do it ourselves. I had a Facebook post go viral one time in my life because I said my daughter plays soccer and the kids in North Tonawanda called that soccer team niggas. That ain't the post I wanted to go viral. I think I'm clever and funny. I wanted some of that stuff to go viral, but it didn't. I had 10,000 people commenting about it. When it came time to go to the school board meeting, there was 2 of us there. 10,000 people who said, they called our basketball team. They did this to my baby. They did that to my baby. They ain't gonna do nothing. Nobody showed up. But guess what? For 2 years, we've been working diligently with them students in Niagara Falls High School and the students in North Tonawanda, and most recently the kids in Niagara Wheatfield and Newport. No, it ain't in the newspaper, it ain't in none of those things because we wanted the difference to happen. It went from kids feeling forced like they had to be at something to now kids are saying, I want to be down with that. I want to learn this stuff. I told them, listen, I come in here and I'm going to say nigga and I'm going to say cracker and I'm going to say all them words because I don't work for nobody district and can't nobody fire me. Because when them kids was yelling from the stands, they wasn't saying, hey, you N-words. They said, hey, niggas. They made monkey noises. So we addressing issues head on. We got to stop looking at what we don't have and realize we got a whole lot in this community. Every black person didn't stand behind Martin Luther King. Every black person didn't stand behind Malcolm X, but guess what? They still got stuff done. Find a lane, get in it, and work in it. Instead of worrying about what everybody else ain't doing, what you doing. It take a village, right? I see so many posts where people talking about folks' kids and how her kids is dirty and she dressed up and da-da-da-da-da. Is you taking that kid a plate because you know he hungry? Is you going to give your kid shoes to him, or you going to say, well, that mother could have gave me $20. I spent $80 on these. If you really in this village and you care about this village, get your butt up and do something about it. Don't nobody care who did what's wrong. If you want to see what's right, make it happen. You want something to change, change it. Ain't nobody else going to do it.
Okay, I just want to, I know there's questions. What I'm going to ask, and I mean this out of sincerity, we have to be conscientious of our responses, our response times. And I know we're speaking passionately, and that's what we want, but we have to be considerate of everybody if we're going to have everybody get a chance. All right, so those who had their hands up, how many more do we have? All right, and we got to make sure your responses, when we say 2 minutes, try to narrow it down into 2 minutes, all right? Thank you. There's a couple that had their hands up back here first. Go ahead, and then I'll come back up here.
All right. My name is Greg Palmer once again, and you know that internet stuff, right? So I was listening to this doctor named Dr. Julia Hare, and she said, the teachers are scared of the school board. The school board are scared of the parents. The parents are scared of the police, and the children ain't scared of nobody, right? So I go to the school like 4 times a week. And what I suggest, right, is that you take the videos and you invite the parents into the auditorium. You ain't got to say nothing else, just push play. And let them see their children, how they act, their conduct, their behavior, and the language they use is so unbecoming. You said in 95, I graduated in 79, and when I was going to school, you used words like that, they took you in the bathroom and put soap in your mouth. And like you was talking about the message reaching home, before you got home, well, the switch was waiting on you, you know. And we got paddled by Pete Ivies and Mr. Grano, you know, Mr. Rizzo. We got paddled. We got sent to detention. Miss Boland, you know, and the community centers, we had places to go track to. We had people who was connected to the community that gave, you know, that cared. So it's a lack of caring. So let these parents see their children conduct themselves, because if they come to school and tell you, well, I know my kids don't ever, you ain't got to say, just push play and let them see it. And I promise you that it may do some change. Thank you.
You said we had people that care. You're speaking as a person that cares right now. You are that person. You know what I mean?
Hello, my name is Mary Richardson, and I'm a former police matron here in Niagara Falls, New York. I work for after-school program right now, It's called Youth Motivation Program. It's at my church, New Jerusalem, on 20th and Center. What I do with the kids, we got ages from 6 to 17. I motivate them. I'm teaching them Black history. Every week, I have 5 Black inventors that made different things, and I'm going over it with the kids. From Gaskill, we get them from Abbott, we get them from Kelfis. We go around and pick them up. We bring them in the basement of the church. We feed these kids. They are kids that's been disciplined so many times in school, sitting down to the principal office. They're disobedient kids. And I'm mentoring these kids, and they love it. But I says to myself, where is the parents? We never see the parents. Now, I have an 8-year-old. He don't go to school. My daughter homeschool him, and her 18-year-old son. That 8-year-old can read and write better than a 12-year-old. We never allow them to have cell phones. They do watch YouTube, but everything they watch is something to learn. He can speak 3 different languages at 8 years old, and he can do hand signals. He learned this on his own, because it's what you watch. Let the kids watch. You got to monitor what they watch. You know, you just don't let them. These cell phones is off the hook with these kids, and I don't allow them to watch all that video. I don't allow that in my house. You cannot watch no video.
1, 2. You got 10 seconds.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like Clara Dunn said, it's the parents. And like I said, I mentor these kids, and they love it. They get a good meal. They learning stuff, and we need more parents to step up.
Thank you. This lady right here.
Hi, my name is Sandra Brown, CEO and founder of Second Chance Services Incorporated, and I do know that it takes more than just the element of reading and writing. People need housing and things like that also in order to be successful. So that's where I'm specializing at in Niagara Falls, is working with the homeless population. But my organization and Rep Your City is putting together a community Easter egg hunt for our children. And we would like for all community leaders, providers that will be able to help us to come out and get with us and help us. And everybody, this is a community effort, not just our effort.
All right, thank you, Sandra.
Could you share where it is and what day it's going to be on, please? What are you asking?
We are going to City Hall on the 13th at 1 o'clock. Anybody want to show up to ask, for the event planning? Because we went through City Hall to do it, and we're trying to get it at Hyde Park. And, I didn't even know that kids don't eat eggs no more, because I was going to ask everybody to color 4 dozen of eggs, but they do it in plastic now. But we want to do it at Hyde Park on the 30th.
Thank you.
That's great. Thanks for, this is why we're live, so people can get information like this. We want to move to the next panel. It is 5 o'clock. We want to expect the other panelists' time because they were scheduled out. So we want to move on to the next panel, which will be community development. Yeah, of course.
There are a few people in this community who are caring and who are doing something about it. I don't know if she would want her name mentioned, but it's going to be public knowledge anyway. Deborah Hicks has come to the school board. She's very concerned about kids not reading, and she has asked the Board of Education to help her get money so she can start her program in mentoring kids and helping them read better. So there are people that will do it. Like Saladin said, it's footwork. You got to open your mouth and ask and do it.
Yes. So with that being said, Thank you to our panelists. Give them a round of applause. It was a lot of people we didn't have here that was supposed to be on the education panel. I really actually believe that the Entrepreneur School of Thought should have been on the education panel as well. But you will see them now on the community development panel. We're gonna take a break and then we're gonna reroute everything in the next, give us 5-10 minutes. Give everybody a 10-minute break, use the bathroom, and then we bring everybody in. Thanks.
discussion.
Things you have amongst your family first.
Hear me out,
Then you have a
brothers.
conversation outside of your house and outside of your
I already had meetings with certain people. That's why you see certain faces here. You just wasn't in them. You
Hold
don't
on.
answer texts or read emails.
Hold on. No, we have to be careful. Brothers, I'm serious. I'm including myself. We have to be careful how we talk to one another. That's why we can't get stuff done. We can be opinionated, but right now, this what we're talking about, what y'all talking about, this is not the time to talk about it right now. And hold on. And this right here, this is not the time. If we want to have that conversation another time, we can do that. What we need to do is move forward. I don't think consolidate. I've been knowing them for a long time now. I've been knowing. You understand? I'm not a novice to the folks in this city, in this county, and in this state. I am not a novice to these folks. I'm telling you what I know. You know, so all I'm saying is, I brought all this together. Yes, let's just get through the panel discussions, and if we need to have another conversation, I mean this. So all I'm saying is, let's move forward and accomplish what we're going to accomplish at this time, and then we can pick those conversations up later. I appreciate you.
This is giving
All right, people. At this time, we are going to reconvene, and we're going to go along with the next panel. The next panel, I believe, is community development. Is that our next panel? Which is the next panel? Is it community development?
Yeah, community development.
Or is it entrepreneurship? I don't know which one.
Community development.
All right, so community development, I'm going to ask those who were invited to be on the panel to please come. We talked about unity, we talked about trust, we talked about unifying one another, hearing what individuals has to say. So I'm going to ask everyone to reconvene, and I'm going to turn it back over to Brother Dante.
Yeah, you're in the right one.
That's my daughter.
Yo, Brian.
We're gonna move to the community development panel. I would like everybody to introduce themselves, starting off with Miss Ladies Dobbs and all the way down, and then we'll get right into the questions, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Norshina
Payne Dobbs, and I am Bishop Kevin Dobbs' wife, and they refer to me as Lady D, D for Dobbs. And I am the executive director of the Transformation Through Revitalization. Under that, we have the Employment Intervention and Empowerment Center. Okay.
I am Renee Kimball, and I am the president of the Niagara Falls branch of the NAACP. I am also the Chief Organizational Equity Officer for Western New York Independent Living, and I am a former Niagara County legislator serving the Niagara County residents for 18 years.
Trent Hamilton, president of the Entrepreneur School of Thought and an overall local revolutionary.
How's everybody doing? My name is Jacob J. Fleming Sr., because there's a junior running around here now. But just really briefly, someone said that I'm not really involved in the community. So I wouldn't get into all of this, but I have to, because obviously I haven't been doing enough promotion. So I'm just gonna let y'all know real quick. I started the first black newspaper here, the Messenger of Niagara Falls, New York. I'm a founding member of the Niagara Falls Peacemakers. Me and Ezra Scott came up with that idea on the 40 bus. I am also a charter member of the Niagara Falls Community Lions Club. I helped revamp that. And I am currently the acting civic engagement fellow for Buffalo State University. And I think that does it. Oh, and I'm currently working on a film about environmental justice for the city of Niagara Falls.
I just want to first thank the Lord for being here. I thank God for my life, health, and strength. I'm Brian Brown Jr. I'm the program manager at Niagara Falls SNUG. We are located at 1702 Pine Avenue. I'm originally from Buffalo, so I'm new to Niagara Falls. So, I learned a lot about Niagara Falls this year that I've been a program manager. So I'm just excited to be here and answer questions.
Is a vocal. Y'all got some good questions coming up, and I'd like to start off with the first question. What are the key components of a successful community development plan that specifically addresses the needs of the Black community in Niagara Falls? Bryant?
I believe it starts with consistency, getting people together and really coming up with a plan and really just being adamant on completing the plan, just working together and hearing from the youth, and just, it's hard work, that's all I know. So if people are they got the, same faith, they believe in a common goal, I believe it can get there, but it starts with hard work.
Okay, so I was fortunate enough to read the email, so I do have some.
How many people read that?
I do have some answers here for us. We need community engagement, which would consist of meetings and focus groups, surveys. We have to do needs assessments. And when I hear everyone talking about a lot of these problems that we have in the Black community, I don't know if anyone's heard of Maslow's pyramid of needs. Hierarchy of needs, thank you. I knew I was going to screw it up. I should have wrote that on the paper, right? But with that, basically what it's saying is that people can't have self-esteem if they don't have the basic needs in life like food, water, shelter. How can we expect somebody to even care about love. So when we see these kids and they're out here venting and they're doing what they're doing, it's because they don't even have basic needs. And if we can't provide that for them, then how are we going to do things? Huh? Oh. How are we going to do things in the community and this kid is worrying about how they're going to eat? How can I expect that kid to teach him about, you can't be out here cursing? And they like, F that, I can't even eat. You know, and so that's one thing. And unfortunately, Niagara Falls has definitely been a victim of things like redlining, where the property values get so low that we can't even get loans on our homes and things like that. So when we talk about these higher needs like self-esteem, we have to first focus on these basic needs like water and food.
I think one of the most essential components to community development is the participation with people from that actual community. Too often we see that decisions about our communities are made for and done by people that aren't from that community. So when you talk about the ladder of participation, we want people directly involved in things that are going to affect our communities. Recently, a couple years ago, we had the American Rescue Funds, and they were directly supposed to be given to communities that were disproportionately affected by COVID. And we know that because they spent the money where they wanted to spend it. They had a panel like this, and it was just for home ownership programs. It didn't go to after-school programs in black communities. I see Pine Avenue was granted $20 million to revitalize Little Italy. They got $100,000 for the park on Beach Avenue, which is in a community that was disproportionately affected by COVID. So we have to hold our elected officials accountable when it comes to making decisions in our community. Our community has to be a partner in these decisions, not just sit back and let them impose their own will.
And I agree with Trent regarding that. As a matter of fact, several community groups got together and put together a plan. We sent a letter, and I have this letter right here. And this was back, and it's dated September 21st, 2021, about the American Rescue money. And it was sent to our elected officials. And it basically talked about the community and what the problems are in terms of brownfields, in terms of poverty and renter-occupied housing. And then we put together a listing of the things that we, as the community, wanted. And I'm just going to read you some of the things that we said that we wanted. We said we wanted a stage amphitheater, an auditorium, gymnasium, fitness center with Olympic-style pool, planning arts center, daycare center, after-school site, vocational training center, youth fostering center, art gallery, gift shop, senior citizen and senior housing clinic, rooftop solar array, and ample space for offices. We also wanted a community center and a disaster center and an emergency office. The thing is that we have plans, and there have been so many plans made about community development in our city, but the bottom line is that they don't provide the resources, and we need to unify. More than anything else, unification is needed in order for us to have a viable plan. Now, our ancestors did it. We had Black Wall Street back in 1921. We were self-contained. We worked among ourselves and between ourselves. We set up our own banks. We had Maggie Lee Walker, who was the first woman to be a bank owner. She was in charge of a bank there in Richmond, Virginia. And then when it came time for the recession, she consolidated with another black bank. And they kept the bank going until the year 2005. And that was because there was trust and unity. And we believed in one another. And that's what we have to get back to again, trust, that we trust each other and that we come together with a plan amongst ourselves. And we don't broadcast it all over the place. Because when you do that, then of course you had people who want to sabotage, and that's what's happened to this community. It's been sabotaged. So the bottom line is that we have to believe in each other, work together, unify, and come together with our own finances in order to make things happen for ourselves. Because our ancestors did it, we can do it too.
Excellent, excellent. And I'm just going to coin from what she said, but I have it on my notes, unity. A family that prays together stays together. The Word of God also says, know them that labor among you. And many of us know various ones in this city who are impeccable, have impeccable character, and they still don't trust them. I don't understand that. But you know what? Unification is the key. We have to learn to work together as a family of people, a family of color. I am a migrant. I migrated here from Maryland. I've been here soon to be 17 years. Thank you, Dr. 18 years, Renee, because when I first came, she embraced me, invited me to be on one of the committee boards. And what was discouraging to me was the infighting that I saw. I just wasn't used to that. And so I removed myself because I just don't do drama. But in terms of an entrepreneurial, community development plans, we have to, panels, we have to learn what are the key components of a successful community development plan, that we learn to work together. Everybody can pull together what the key strategy elements are that we're trying to achieve and do a milestone chart in terms of what is going to be the most prioritized, number one, and then we all work together to accomplish that number one. Then once you accomplish that, then go to number two. But until we learn how to work together as a unified front, many opportunities I've heard down through the years where money had been designated for this plan, that plan, the other plan, but with all the fighting, we wind up losing the money. So when you know to do better, we'll do better. And I'm looking forward to us learning our community in a more positive way and working together where we can find common ground to accomplish at least one thing, that we see it through to the end. Under our transformation through revitalization, we have various things that we're trying to accomplish. We had the Employment Intervention and Empowerment Center where it was a job placement. We did mentorship. Also, we had a contract that was with social services, and doing very well with it. They had agreed to allow us 20 students or people that did not have jobs to place them, train them, show them how to fill out their applications and everything. Our success rate was over 89% placement. We said if you stay with the program at least 90 days, we guarantee you that we'll work with you to get a job. Lo and behold, it started just filtering through the community. It wasn't the ones at the top, but it was the ones that worked underneath. All of a sudden, what was 20 people a month began to deteriorate down to nobody. Who does that? So what I did is I started to have online courses. I said, okay, if they don't send us anybody, then we'll go out on the internet and have e-classes. So that's what we've set up. Not only that, we also have the health and wellness classes that are on, and we do webinars. So there's, where you have hit a roadblock in one place, don't stop. Just regroup and strategize and start it over. If people want to join, they'll join, but you got to be that one person who, as they say, and put your feet on the ground and get to moving.
All right, so what I hear was accountability, unity, and holding people accountable. So we're gonna get into our next question. Greetings, I'm Big Frank. I got the mic now, huh? All right, listen, so we're gonna have a good time. So how can the community-led initiatives be effectively organized and implemented to promote economic growth and sustainability? That's the question. I'll read it one more time. How can community-led initiatives be effectively organized and implemented to promote economic growth and sustainability? And we can start with you, Lady D.
I look at it this way, collaboration. Sometimes I'm so glad God is who he is because he didn't give everything to one person. So collaboration. My friend and sister, Sheena Richardson, she's dealing with a license, dealing with mental health, mental illness. Why am I going to do that? That's not my arena. But I certainly can establish a collaboration with her. I can establish a collaboration with other people so we all look good. And that's one of the things that I like is definitely collaboration. We don't have to have 50 different boys clubs, as they mentioned, or girls club, but collaborate with somebody where you may be lacking for a particular area of professionalism and allow that person to join you. They get the press and you get the press for whatever your niche is.
The NAACP has adopted the Rosa Gonzalez tool for community engagement. And so when we use that tool, we consult the community. We get the community involved. And what we do is that we provide information. We communicate, we provide like fact sheets, open houses, presentations, social media posts, billboards, videos. We publicize, we gather inputs from community meetings, we do surveys, focus groups, public comments, we organize, we advocate, we do community forums, we develop MOUs with other parties, and we collaborate on data, and we do research. We also collect the research. We develop community partnerships and allies. And we do allies from people who are not necessarily having the same interests that we have. Because it's important that sometimes they may not have that same interest, but they see that you have a worthwhile goal. So they want to be involved in what you're being involved in because you've been able to present a plan that they feel is viable. And it will help the entire community because if you have one part of your community that is ailing, then the entire community will end up being ailing and sick. And so we've got to make sure that we eradicate that. So it's important that we get that community involvement and participation and that we communicate. And that's exactly what all of these tools do. It's communication, making sure that our people know what's going on and also raising up leaders, making sure that we have marginalized people who are at the table because so many times we are never at the table. And so that's important, and that's what we have to do, and that's what we do.
So I look to the word community and the two words that are in it, common and unity. So we have to let these common interests unite us. In a small town like Niagara Falls, we don't realize we're more alike than different, and we have a lot of the same interests. And so instead of letting little trivia things continuously divide us, I mean, we all want money, we all want better jobs, we all want our kids to go to better schools. Let's come together with these things and push forward with the positive things, you know what I mean? And there was another point I wanted to make as far as community goes. We have to look at this as an extended family, especially in a small town. We are, you know, we all like family. We're related to the same people. So we have to quit letting our local government or these old policies to divide and conquer us continue to keep us in our own way, you know. Let's push forward with our common interests.
I think that one of the things that we need to do is build up children's self-worth and self-esteem. And we also need to build up some of our adults' self-worth and self-esteem by getting rid of certain stereotypes like black people can't organize. Black people can't come together because before the internet and before all of that, we had the Underground Railroad, and for the life of me, I don't know how they organized that. And we're able to communicate with each other. So black people are very well at communicating. I think also we need to definitely revamp the education system, because I know that I have never used Pythagorean theory, but I sure need some credit counseling to learn about my credit. And to, you know, because I'm currently a full-time student at Buff State, and this is the first year, first semester, or any time I ever even got involved in personal finance. And now I'm becoming an advocate of personal finance. And that's, like, these days with these kids, you gotta have extrinsic motivation to induce the intrinsic motivation. And it was funny because I also tutor for P-Tech, for NCCC at Niagara Falls High School in the summer. And so the teacher was handing out the papers. And I said, thank you to the teacher. And so the one student, I said, you're not gonna say thank you to the teacher? He was like, for what? Like, I deserve this paper. I said, for the act of her giving you the paper. And these kids now, they want some type of, they felt like it had to be something worth something in order for them to say thank you. And I was like, I'm so glad I'm in here. Now I'm starting to understand these young people, you know. And then that's another thing too, us as older adults, we have to get more involved with our children, learn what they're watching, and not necessarily for the act of chastising or judging them, but just to see where these programs and what these things are doing and what mental state that is having our children in. And if you want to implement a program personally, you need to teach these kids how to iron home egg, how to cook, because I guarantee you they don't know how to cook, but I bet you they know how to twerk. You know what I'm saying? I bet you they don't know how to put starch on something, but I bet you they know how to do them eyelashes. And the sad thing is that what we need to do is become business owners and have our money circulate amongst ourselves, whereas our dollar is only being circulated like one time and it's out of here. You know, these are the things that will help us implement programs, because if we're spending money amongst ourselves, now we can hire other people that look like us. Brown, black, yellow, that look like us to fill these positions. And until we learn basic economics, which I hate to admit at my age now, I'm just learning through this personal finance class. I'm like, I wish I would have learned this thousands and thousands and thousands ago. But, you know, better late than never, you know. And I always say, when people ask me how I'm doing, I'm like, as long as I keep seeing these days, I got another chance to make it better. And and that's the mentality and the attitude that that we got to have, and it's just pushing what we need to do forward as far as being better the next day, learning. But it's all going to revolve around these kids and our youth and what we can do for them, because, like Whitney said a long time ago, I believe the children are the future. So that's my answer to that one.
I'm gonna go back to what the ladies was saying. I believe collaboration is definitely the key. We're stronger when we work together than when we are not working together. At SNUG, our main goal is to work to reduce gun violence. But I tell my men, if there's something going on, in the community, bring it, past me, and we're going to learn about, different organizations. And we've been doing so, and it's been very impactful. I believe that just being there for like, we did a shooting response for Miss Tracy Vincent, and she works for the Early Childhood Development Center. And she emailed me, she wanted us to come out. So I thought we was gonna be talking to little toddlers, but it was families that was there that wanted to know about us, and we got to know about them, and it was just so impactful. And I knew that feeling that I had, explaining our organization and learning from them, that I wanted to feel that a lot, So collaborating with different organizations, I believe, is definitely the key, and working together is definitely the key.
Awesome. Here gives our third and final question. What role can technology play in enhancing community development efforts within the Black community? I'll read it one more time. What role can technology play in enhancing community development efforts within the Black community? And we'll start with Snug this time.
Okay, with technology, I got the chance to meet Dante. Dante came to the SNUG office and he talked to me about technology, and I wasn't aware of a lot of things with technology. So he's teaching our staff, and we're going to have our children, our participants learn from Dante's program. And I'm not going to just be up here telling y'all that I know about tech. I learned a lot from Dante, and I'm excited, all the things that I learned, and I think that's going to be very impactful for the kids in the future.
All right, for this one, I am going to read this list of the way technology can help our community. It'll give us access to information, allow us online networking, economic empowerment through technology. Black entrepreneurs within the diaspora have a chance to create digital payment systems, e-commerce. We have education and skill development, civic engagement. This is really important when we're talking about the Black community, because there's definitely a disparity with healthcare access. Telemedicine is one of those health tech solutions which may improve healthcare. We also have cultural preservation. Digitalization has opened new possibilities for preserving both contemporary, my page is folded, that's okay. All right, media representation, political participation, community building, entrepreneurship support, environmental sustainability. And by using these technologies, the Black diaspora can achieve positive social change through innovation, thereby creating a better environment for ourselves. These technological advancements need to be designed inclusively so that everyone benefits from them equally. Therefore, equity should be at its core. The guiding principles of this development are therefore empowerment and community development.
Samika had touched on this earlier. Knowledge is power, and we're in the age of information. So things are so readily available to us. We don't have to go through time-consuming things like get an encyclopedia and things now. We got Google. We got AI, artificial intelligence. You can have it write papers for you. You can have it create business plans for you now. So technology is the way of the world. Also through technology, we can know and understand how we as a people have been miseducated. And through miseducation, that has caused us to for the numbers, for there to be a disparity in generational wealth and things like that. So let's understand, no one understand about not only educating ourselves, but break down the miseducation that we've been taught through colonial education.
Well, first, the community has to have access to technology and be trained. They must have access to the data. Even though technology is out there, 40% of Black Americans' households do not have access to the internet, in comparison to 28% of white households. So that is key. First of all, making sure that everyone has access, and making sure that our governments target these communities, because the access in terms of the infrastructure is there. But our people can't afford a lot of times the programs, or they cannot afford the services. So there needs to be programs that are paid for by government. We also need to make sure that once we do get access, that we can solicit public input. We can do online surveys. We can do our community development goals and objectives. As a matter of fact, we know that a lot of times they have virtual things in which they show initiatives that people want to do, and people vote on those things to make sure that this particular program happens or not. So it can do a lot of good things in terms of making us aware, having communication, being able to provide the data and the research that we need, providing financial resources, because we use the internet to do that as well in case you need finances. However, access is one thing that we are lacking. And also, besides access, we got to learn. We've got to be trained. Many of the jobs of the future are exactly, the most expensive ones are the ones that are dealing in technology. And so it's important that we get on board and learn about it as much as we can. And I know, unfortunately for me, it's something I don't like.
Very good, very good. Technology is here. We used to say it's coming, it's here. If our children do not learn, and I somewhat agree with Renee with what she said, but it's amazing to me how many of the parents are having our children with these cell phones. And then to say they can't afford a computer, this is your computer. So you're really left without an excuse. Now we're getting ready to offer, and I'm not certain if Dante is going to address it, but he probably is. We're getting ready to offer online training. You don't even have to have a diploma to take the class, but parents, listen up. Tell your children, your grandchildren, your great-children, AI is here to stay. Cyber security is an awesome job. The children that you see that know how to maneuver TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and all of that, chat rooms and all of that, let them get the training that they need, especially while they're very young, because they will never be without a job, or let me say it this way, without income, if they learn how and get trained on how to become a cybersecurity specialist or the internet. You know, the thing is sometimes a lot of the parents give the children too much. We will buy the sneakers, the latest gadgets or whatever, but give them something that they'll know how. Teach them how to fish, how to have Social Security early in life and not, real late, and then you find out that you have to work in your 70s and 80s just to make do. But technology is here. It is the wave of the future. It's here. So we will be offering some classes. I think we'll have some of the information will be shown up on the board where you can just scan it and learn and make your application and get online and start taking the classes. God bless you.
Awesome. Put your hands together for these panelists at this time. Now listen here now. Listen here. Y'all got 1 minute to make your resolution known. Okay? Don't be talking about your problems. What's the resolve? So we're going to open up the floor for the audience to give some comments. 60 seconds, huh?
So I said this a long time ago when I was running in my campaign. One of the biggest things that I had to do personally is I had to change my language when it came down to these babies. They are no longer our future. I say that a lot. The kids are not our future, they're our present. We gotta make sure they're relevant today. Because what happened is in my generation, we was always told we the future. Sit back, be seen and not heard, don't say nothing. Go stay in a child's place. And then so we were made to feel like our relevance was sometime later. And the older generation was supposed to pave some type of way. And then all of a sudden, decades later, they look back at these babies and point their fingers and say it's their fault. The thing is, change the future. Get them activated today. Let them know that the decision that they make today is what's going to make the change. If we don't activate them today, we can forget about all of the stuff that we talk about. If we don't make sure that they are primary, make sure that let them know that what their importance. The other thing is unification. I'll be done. It's the fighting, the bickering, the cliques, all of the different ideas. We all got different roles. All of us got different ideas. Everybody got a different lane. It's not for me to diminish anybody's lane. And it's not for anybody to diminish what it is that I do. We just need to make sure that we all going to the same place. If you take a different road, that's cool. But I shouldn't fight with you. So that's been one of our biggest issues. How do we create a Black Wall Street? How do we create generational wealth within the city? It's when we actually get together and we stop bickering, we stop fighting, and we stop making it about I, and me, and let's find out how we're gonna rock this out together.
You can tune into Fire 716 Radio on Friday at 6 o'clock with Dante Miles for more conversation with the councilman. We're going.
Thank you. Two suggestions that I have. One is, can we give our young people a seat at the table and include them in whatever planning efforts that we have? We're talking about what we want to do. Can we give them a seat at the table? Can we get a 16-year-old female, a 16-year-old male, a 10-year-old male, a 10-year-old female? Bring them to the table and let's listen to what they have to say. The other suggestion that I have is, can we start today with creating that data bank with the people that are here today among us so that we can collaborate and network together? Thank you.
Fire 716 Radio is down to be that data bank. Holler at me, talk to me. We can make it happen. I got these young men here first. And I got you.
Yeah, I just want to say that the Entrepreneur School of Thought, founded by Demetrius Nix, President Mr. Trent Hamilton, is sponsoring financial literacy. Unica Lewis is the teacher. So please bring your kids out. It'll be fun. It'll be educational, and I'm excited about it, you know. And as a matter of fact, I got excited when I saw the panel. I mean, I've never seen that many Black people on a panel before that was supposed to be here together. So I wanted to be here with you guys. You know, it excited me. 1110 19th Street. Come join us, please. We can use your support, and we need volunteers. Thank you, Mr. Carley, for sending me that.
Once again, my name is Greg Palmer. I know I had a lot to say today, but going back to the School of Entrepreneur Thought, we had a young lady, Dr. Ward, who came down and introduced us to some information, right? And she was like teaching us how to plan. We knew the complaints. Let's get into the solution. And the class was like, at first it started like 15, 20, went from 20 to 50, went from 50 to like 75 to standing room only. And the next thing we know, we were shut down. So for whatever reason, the information was no longer made available to us because we were starting to make strides, and this is the problem, this is the solution, this is how we want to get it done. Wrote everything down, and they started mapping out solutions for us. So this is your job. It's not their job. It's your job to implement these exercises to see that, change is made. But it didn't last for whatever reason. Last but not least, Unique Lewis is also starting a children's book club. We have an adult book club too at that same place every Monday, 4:30. Thank you.
Was there another? All right, we got two more. You got 2 minutes, my guy.
Can we just get a unified calendar? Because this is something that sometimes frustrates me, is like when you're part of a group and you want to plan something, it was like, okay, well, all right, we don't want to clash with the school board meeting, so we'll do this day. And then next thing you know, you're clashing with another organization's event, and your turnout is not as high as you like because we don't have like a unified calendar. I mean, maybe Fire 716 Radio on their website could have that, but it would be nice. So, because honestly, if we look at it, the people who are social justice minded are going to show up. They're going to show up whether it's for native rights, whether it's for kids reading, whether it's for financial stuff, because they generally have things that believe in a better world. But if we have something going on at the Doris Jones Center, same time something's going on across town because nobody talks to each other and nobody realizes I had something planned for Wednesday at 6, then we're kind of dividing ourselves and weakening our overall power. So maybe we can get a calendar together as a group and everybody keeps communications with each other.
That's a good resolve. I like that.
What you're saying is right, but people have to be motivated within to pay attention what other groups are doing. You can put it out there, and then people won't pay it attention. Oh, I didn't know that was going on. I don't do Facebook. I don't do that. So motivate yourself to pay attention to what every group is doing. Know who the head is and what every group is. Familiarize yourself as leaders. Challenge yourself as leaders to do that and get in tune with that. Because I get what you're saying, Lawrence, and it's cool. He can put it out. He can do it tomorrow, and I can guarantee next week the same thing happened because somebody said I wasn't on Facebook. I didn't get the message. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? So that's something that people have to do within themselves as people that are advocating for change.
So I want to say, I think the problem is too, like, I think what everybody doing is great, right? But we have to support what everybody else is doing as well. We got to start showing up for each other. So if she's doing something, Ms. Dobbs, we got to show up for that. If Trent is doing something, we all got to show up as one. And I feel that we so trying to be individual based off on everything. And if we're not unified, nothing cannot get accomplished. We have to start supporting each other with 100% like other races or other communities. If we're going to keep calling race or this, we got to act like that. And if we're not acting as that, we're never going to make a change to do anything. So we have to support each other the same way we go support McDonald's, the same way we go support Wendy's. We have to support each other the same way, pouring into each other money-wise as well. So I feel that that's what a lack of it is. We're not supporting each other. We're too busy trying to look like we're better than the next. We all are the same color. We're the same color. We're the same. It's not even about color. We're one people. Jesus didn't talk about color. We got to get away from the color. It's about what needs to be done. Support each other. That's where the lack is. We need to support each other.
All right, put your hands together for this panel. Come on, clap for this panel one more time. While they're transitioning out, the entrepreneurs are going to come right on up. Absolutely. Right on up. Absolutely. We're going to put it back in the hands of Dante, so clap as he got it. no break needed. No break required. We're going to get through this swiftly, efficiently, because my entrepreneur got a wife at home with 3 kids.
I don't want to rush this one because it's actually the most important. Entrepreneurship is self-sufficiency. But if you guys want to rush it, we could do that. Is it possible that everybody take a sit down so we can get to this next panel? All right.
So I'll start. My name's Sean John.
Go ahead, start. That's why you gotta like entrepreneurship. They just take control.
I'm an entrepreneur in the city and have been for the last 15 or so years. I was born and raised here in the city of Niagara Falls. I currently own Quality Motors of West New York, Dream Home Property Management, and just recently entertainment company. Also, I do the annual Coats of Hope, where we give out a couple hundred coats to kids a year and various other things in the community.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marissa Smouse, and I am a massage and stretch therapist here in Niagara Falls. And also, you know, as the Black community, we have a lot of issues, like they said, mental health, high blood pressure, everything, and massage is a natural way to reduce those things. So I, as of right now, don't have a whole lot of support from the Black community, but I welcome it and I would love it, and I hope to see more of it after this. And yeah, I'm born and raised Niagara Falls as well.
My name is Frank Hanley. I go by Big Frank now. I am born in Niagara Falls, raised between Niagara Falls and Buffalo. I own Fire 716 Radio here in the city of Niagara Falls. I'm also on the planning board for the city of Niagara Falls. I also have a company called JQ Juicing, which is a seasonal company where we do smoothies and things of that nature. What else is there? I think that's enough. I'm also an elder in the Lord's Church here in the city of Niagara Falls as well as Buffalo, and I have a true heart for the city of Niagara Falls.
Okay. Give it up for our entrepreneurs, the ones that made it to the end. And the first question is, in what ways can entrepreneurship within the Black community be supported and scaled in Niagara Falls? Frank?
I knew he was coming to me first. I think that the Black community in Niagara Falls needs to have first a proper network of development, because I think that we are winging it, trying to do it. We have no outline, and we spending our money, our resources, and we find ourselves in trouble in 3 years' times, needing to close or shut down. So we have no sustainability. So if you're trying to scale it, we need, before we even open up the doors to a place, we need to have a process in place to help us what's required, what's needed, and there needs to be a program in place from the city to be able to give us not just tools for vision, but also tools to turn these dilapidated buildings into something. To make it, let Main Street look like something that we can be sustainable. I'm just finding myself as an entrepreneur, I'm spending my money, it's me, it hits my family, it hurts, it's a weight, you know, borderline, I don't wanna be with you no more, come on, Father, fix it all. Like, these are the burdens, because I'm grinding so hard to scale a business because I don't have the necessary full support of really what I'm doing. I'm taking faith in an idea and I'm running and hoping it hit well. So I think that those steps are required when you talk about how a community can be, so a Black business here can be supported initially, and then also be able to spread that message out to let others know that you can trust me with the quality of what I bring. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so to support and scale entrepreneurship in the Black community in Niagara Falls, I would say fostering mentorships for our youth is very important. Providing access to affordable business education and creating networking opportunities that can empower individuals like myself. I actually, along with Frank, took a class called the Ibero Business Networking class, and it was everything that we never had. Like, it taught us how, like, what lawyers we need, how to get an LLC, a business model Canva, which is so easy. Like, I never thought it would be that easy to make a business model, and a lot of banks do accept it, and a lot of people just don't even know that because that's not out there for us. This program is actually for Latino people, but they welcome all people, and that's what makes it so beautiful, and they're able to uplift the community like that.
So basically, Frank and Marissa, they touched on was what? For me, it simply comes down to support. We need the support of our people. Here it is, a black person open a business, we should be the first customers. We should be the first ones through the door, operating, contributing to wherever they got going on. That's what it comes down to. Without us, that's just like when any other race or anybody else open up a business, their friends, their families, there's them their first customers. But also, us as business owners, we got to be held accountable for our quality and our product that we are producing. But so I see it as this way: if we got a good, whatever it is, if it's a store, if it's a grocery store, if it's a car lot, if it's housing sales, whatever it is, if you're serving a good product and your product is there, should be no reason why you guys shouldn't be supporters. And at least give us a chance, because before y'all even walk through the door, before y'all even come, y'all already got like how y'all stigmatize again, like y'all stigmatize. Well, let's see what this business is about. Y'all automatically walk through the door judging us. Like, we gotta be so petite and so bigger and so better and so on top of our game more than any other race when trying to get the support of our own people. It shouldn't be like that.
That's a good question. And the next question is, phone died. What are the most significant barriers to entrepreneurship for the black community in Niagara Falls, and how can they be overcome? Sean, that's you, Sean.
Once again, with me, all things lead to support. That's the biggest thing. That's how the barriers can be overcome. And then that's on top of that, like, I think it should be like more business courses and more things for us to touch on, so we could brush up on our businesses and get more knowledgeable into the things that we go into. Because a lot of times somebody might be like, okay, everybody got Uncle Bobo or Uncle Joe that can cook. Oh, he do good barbecue, whatever the case may be. So now, yeah, Uncle Joe, Uncle Bobo, he should open up a barbecue place. Just because he can cook barbecue, that don't mean that he know the business aspect of it.
For sure.
So you have to learn the back end of how to operate your business. What's your cost? How much you sell this for? What's your profit margins? Things like that.
Yeah.
So I think some of the challenges within the black community and entrepreneurship is definitely funding, like, and the access to it and knowing about it. Luckily, the space I'm in is an incubator, small business incubator space, not 716, and everyone there has been so supportive to me. They are entrepreneurs, so they give me advice. It's just a sense of community. Like they said, like the church, you hope to have everyone, a mechanic, a hairstylist, everything. You keep it in the community, and just as black people, we're really not doing that. And I do want to say Sean John was one of my first customers in my first week of opening for business. So I still appreciate you for that.
And that's what I mean by support. Like, I feel like here it is. Like, if it's someone that you know that got a business, a black business open up, you should be repping it and advertising it as if it's your own. It's sometimes like it's businesses I speak so much for, like, hey, this person got this, go support this, go do this, go do this. Like, they be like, yo, you must got a percentage in that business or something like that. No, I don't have no financial gain in this business, but at the same time, I want our people to win. And I feel like that's how it should be. That's how much we should support each other. That's how much we should represent each other, going hard with advertising each other. You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And one more point to speak on funding. Who was it, Ms. Dunn or something like that? She was saying that when you go ask for funding, they ask for your credit score, this and that. Me personally, I mean, this is something that'll come like way, way in the future. There have to be a bunch of us that get together and support one another. But I believe in like us helping us. Yeah, it's cool to try and get funding from the city or whoever they got, if they got it for us, but we shouldn't have to jump through hoops to get that. I feel like, me personally, it's enough black business owners where we can start a coalition. And let's just say, for instance, we open up a bank and we say, you know what, we got 20, 30 different black businesses. Let's all, and we do it like a corporation where we got a president, we got a CEO, we got a CFO. Let's all take $2,500 out of our business, and let's put this in a business account for us. Now, let's just say, for instance, if it's a new black business that come upon, and of course, they just can't come with any idea and say, hey, I want to do this or I want to do this. They come legitimately with a straight business plan, but we're not looking at their credit, not looking at all that, making them jump through extra hoops, trying to charge them crazy extra interest or whatever the case may be. But if they got a good, solid business plan, and here it is, we might have a fund after we all done put together $2,500 a piece out of our business, and then we also add into that, say, a monthly $250. You pay your tithes of $250, and this is to help the black businesses. Where if someone else come with a black business, all right, we might got a fund of $60,000, $70,000. It might cost you $30,000 to open your business, and if you got a solid business plan, then we can pull out of there. Of course, we want to charge some type of interest rate because it's the betterment of us is building this up. And then they come back and pay it back slowly but surely. Or let's just say, for instance, Frank or Melissa, your business, here it is. That's what I said. You done outgrown the spot that you in, and you looking get into a bigger spot, and you more or less not, your business hasn't been making enough money to get you out of the business spot, out of the small spot that you in, and you want to get into a bigger spot. Pull out from the fund and pay it back. So I believe that we can create our own funding.
So when you start talking,
And that's why he's here on this panel.
when you start talking barriers in situations for the city of Niagara Falls, I'm gonna run to the Planning Zoning Board real quick because of the fact that I watched the business get established, start, and run through a lot of red tape in just trying to get it suitable for business. But I'm not getting that same smoke for the counterparts. And what I heard on the planning board recently, as of last week, the guy said, because I'm on it, he says, we can say what we want to say, but the planning board can make a decision to shut you down just because and have no real evidence. So for some of our entrepreneurs who are trying to establish a thing and do something new, we'll get in trouble because we'll bypass the red tape and do it ourselves. Because when we go through the red tape, it's always a situation as far as a barrier. But I think that if we begin to create our own network of establishment and putting stuff together, that we can really have a real resolve of that. But it's a real issue. That's why we're not going for. I hear you say go for the grants. Go. I hear you talking. But when you're telling me to go to the government, for some reason, I'm sounding like a preacher, this is who I am. On documentation, our paperwork hasn't changed over 100 years. So you tell me I gotta go through the same red tape just to get a basic situation. Even for vending license to vend at a location, we still gotta do all this. You gotta have money to make money. But we're trying to take our resources and we're trying to do what we're trying to do, but it's like, dag, it's always something. It's always, this is a code. And I get being safe. Like, I'm not saying it's gonna be raggedy or rinky dink, but it's like, you keep finding a reason why I can't be productive. Yet, I'm not seeing the same smoke or the same challenges over here. And those are real barriers that I see within the community. And we go back to support. Support is a real thing. But I also think it's being aware. Because sometimes I don't even know that you over there rocking out. Like this restaurant on Pierce. I didn't know you came back a lot. I just happened to go by one day and see the lights on. So now I'm going to check you out. But I didn't get no precursor that you're about to do a thing. And I get moving in silence. But sometimes not knowing is the challenge. For example, I found out that Sean John was doing motors because I was at Angie's Soul Food. She mentioned it. Outside of that, he was just cars on the lot. I thought I was still the caucus man holding it down. That's just my real truth. Don't judge me. But yeah, so those are barriers. And I'll say this last one, mentally. We have our own mental barriers that we perceive that we cannot do a thing. Therefore, we make projected excuses to why we can't do it. Forgive me if I sound more preaching, but this is who I am. But we have to go after what we believe. I said this earlier today, maybe yesterday. I said, I watched a man turn 3 garages into a storefront. I watched him turn a warehouse into a car wash, a detailing shop. And it still exists right now on Jefferson Avenue in Cayuga. I watched him do it. I watched the man go to an abandoned building, lay his hands on it and talk to it and change it. There's one of the barriers that we have that we don't believe in ourselves for real to pursue. And I said this earlier, I'm going to say it again, I'm going to be quiet. I'm not letting anybody else with a small-minded vision tell me to quit or stop because you can't see it. If I can look in this building and I can see things manifest turn over and flip and do a thing, I'm not giving you access to my space anymore to tell me, oh, you doing too much. Watch me have too much.
Nah. I feel you. Give them a round of applause. So the last question will be, how can local entrepreneurs leverage digital technology to expand their businesses and reach new markets? And what I can say about entrepreneurs more so than the other panels here, and it's not to minimize the work that the other panels put in for what they do, is entrepreneurs are very tech savvy because they have to be. So you can answer that question for me?
Yes. So technology is where it's at. I think you brought this up. I used you because you was on Dante's show. In Dubai, they look at Niagara Falls as the go-to place. But if they don't know that your business is existing, they have no desire to come stop by your spot. So if you're not promoting, if you're not on TikTok, you're not on Facebook, if you're not on social media, when they get here, they're going downtown, they're going to stay there. They're going on 3rd Street, there's a sound, and they're going to stay there. They're not coming to check anything. If you're not promoting what you do, I'm going to just talk to you because you're here. Fusillo Chevrolet, even though it's going, we know huge Buffalo, because constantly he's pushing and promoting that this is where it is. So even right now, the spot is benefiting from his labor. He's gone, life is, they're hitting him different. I ain't gonna talk about his business, but it's different now. But it's a whole nother company there, but we still run there because of somebody else's technology and advancement. And I know some of us scared of it, we don't get it, but if we're not promoting, we're not going to know. No one's going to come see it. We're not stopping. I'm not going to hold you up. Them flyers, that grass guerrilla marketing has a limitation to just the community. And I'm going to say this and I'm going to be quiet. Sometimes your community ain't the people that you're going to get money from. And I learned this recently because I just changed buildings. I said, before I try to help my community to get it, I got to be financially solid so I can come back and help y'all. And what I've done is trying to get y'all to come, and I done run myself ragged in the dirt. But with technology now, you're going to see me so consistently that I'm doing businesses and connections with people. You're like, oh, how can I get in that? Now because I'm financially well, or I'm in a good place, now I can offer you this opportunity on a lesser budget than I could before and not hurt myself. So technology plays a role in acknowledgement, knowing what's what, where it's at, and getting the word out. And if you're not tapped into those things, you are spinning your wheels, and you working extra hard. I'm gonna be quiet.
Marissa?
Okay, so I think that we can use technology to level like new entrepreneurships by, having websites, Facebook. Me personally, I work by myself. I'm a one-person show, so I have a booking website that also has a message feature, and it has saved me. So most of my clients just go right online and they book their appointment right through the website, and if they have questions, they can ask it right there, and that way it's more accessible for me to get back to them because I can't always answer my phone. I hardly can ever answer my phone when I'm in a massage. So, I don't answer the phone when I'm in a massage. But another thing is, like Frank said, the marketing. So for Christmas and Valentine's Day, I sent out specials that would be discounted because I do have a lot of loyal people and it is in me to give back. So I sent out these emails and almost 300 people on my contact list opened the emails, and I probably sold about $5,000 worth of packages just from this email. So it is really and I'm just figuring technology out. I was never good at it. I'm still getting to know it, but it is.
Email marketing. Email selling. This man's a branding genius. Go ahead, John.
So technology is everything. Like Frank hit it right on the nose. Marissa hit it right on the nose. Like technology, like this day and age is everything. That's how you get your business out there. Take for instance, like sometimes I do parties from here and there in my entertainment company. I still believe in the grassroots, boots on the ground. So I still I get me, and then I like the opportunity because I got little cousins and things like that. I'll pick them up, I get them a job, and I like to do that. And they see hard work at first hands. So it's times like I print out flyers. I might print out 5,000 flyers, and for 3, 4, 5, 6 weekends in a row, I'm going to every club, every party, rain, sleep, snow, hail, and I'm putting flyers on cars. I'm doing that. Now me, I know it's only getting me so far, but I do it just cause, and I'm giving my little cousins an opportunity to learn firsthand on what hard work is. But when I do Facebook ads and radio ads and put things out like that, like take for instance, I just had a concert with Rod 49. And here it is, it was like 700 people in the building, 400 of them was from Buffalo and Rochester. That wasn't from Niagara Falls grassroots on the ground, that was from the technology end of the business. Same thing with the car lot. I get people, hey, how'd you hear about us? Oh, Auto Trader, Car Guru, this and that. Oh, I found you online, I found you doing this. Same thing with the, like, around here, a lot of people know I rent properties, whatever the case may be, but I don't have no for rent signs nowhere, no none of that, but I get 1,000 calls a day from me being on apartments.com and apartment finder and all that, from thousands of people calling me, hey, I seen your 3-bedroom house, this and that, I seen this, what you want from? So technology is everything.
Thank you. We have one more. And if before we go into asking questions, I'd like to introduce a person that was supposed to be on the entrepreneurship panel. She's here now, and I'm gonna ask her one question. First, I'm gonna have her introduce herself, and then I ask her one question so y'all can get to know her strategies as well in what her business is. So, do you want to tell everybody who you are?
Hello, everybody. I am Unica Lewis. Most of you all know me. Good filler in the community.
So the question I have for you, Unica, is in what ways can entrepreneurship within the Black community be supported and scaled in Niagara Falls?
The way that it can be supported, we all actually need to come together and spend with each other. We're actually in the process of putting together some things to where there is some business people in the community that have like a lot of things going on, and we're working together to bring awareness of each individual business that we have and how we can benefit is what we're in the process of working on as of now. And at the Black Wall Street, we currently have 3 Black businesses under one roof. So we are looking to grow. Frank to come, and we hope that you all stay involved, and any ideas or anything that you guys are looking for, or ways that we could benefit you, we are here to listen.
That's great. So let's get to the solutions, and we might got to do questions for this one. Entrepreneurs kind of got all the solutions. Let's get to the solutions and the questions. If you guys have any
questions. We welcome all questions, problems, solutions, anything y'all got. We welcome it.
I had worked with an organization in New York City that had an entrepreneurship program for high school students, and this is something that one of these organizations can take. But what you try to do is you try to get a class, maybe a junior class from the high school, to write a business plan. Get the kids to start thinking about businesses. Now, the most impressive of the group, right, the top 5, 6 kids, you then take them and give them a week or 2 working with entrepreneurs in the community so they can actually see what it's like to run your own business. And because the guy who came up with it told me, you can't quantify an entrepreneur. You see a kid who's 6'6" and fast, you're like, oh man, he's got a career in basketball. But you don't know what the next entrepreneur can be. There's no height, there's no weight requirement, there's really nothing, just the will and the thought. So this is just something that I always think that as an entrepreneurial community, if we're looking to develop next, that's something to strongly consider a way to team up and create the next generation for that. That's my one point. 2, within creating younger entrepreneurs, I've also been informed of something called the sneaker hustle. I wasn't aware of it, but basically what parents do is they take their young ones at like age 13 because he can't work, loan them money and take them to these sneaker outlets that are opening 5 a.m., releasing the newest pairs of whatever. Let the kid buy them, get them online, flip them, he's got some money in his pocket, and you teach him how to, you can keep doing this with sneakers, and he'll pay the parent back after a couple, and so on and so forth. But the kid doesn't necessarily have to start a job at 13, but you're showing him the concept of making money and using product and scarcity and flipping. So just some ideas.
Anybody else?
The kids gotta go.
Thank you. I also did Ibero, and it was a great program. I want to just share the information. I just graduated from marketing and contract solutions with Buff State and the Small Business Association. They will help you with branding, marketing, get a capability statement, practice your pitch contest, all of those kinds of things. You get a professional headshot. It's a great program. I'm happy to share that contact information with anyone who may be interested as well. Thank you. And I guess we're going to do something different.
Anybody else? Okay, round of applause for the entrepreneurs. And Frank wants to say one more thing.
I know, because I was always extra, because I love the information that she's willing to give, and I admonish her, because I just did BMNC's, I did the Buffalo Niagara Medical Corridor process, right? And this is, information is proper, great, amazing. So what I'm about to say is no shot to this.
I see success?
I see success.
Yeah.
My challenge is that Buffalo has it. My difficulty is that Buffalo, Niagara, takes advantage of our name, but we don't have the resources available here like they do in Buffalo. We have Iberia, challenge, I'm just being frank, now check me if you want to. We can't get out there if we don't have efficient transportation.
But they do a lot of virtual this time.
Okay, good. For sure, so there's methods. But we have to, but then my question is where's the business program for Niagara? Where's the head?
So I got an answer, solution for you. So there was a business program for Niagara. It was called the Trek Center. It was supposed to be a business incubator. And you raised a lot of money for it. COVID hit. They still continued to collect salaries, and they ended up shutting the program down because they ran out of money. They couldn't get funding because they didn't have impact numbers. But so when it comes to creating accelerators, most of the time they depend on the universities to create those accelerators and get the funding for them. Buffalo Universities, that's located in Erie County, actually creates the accelerators. The universities here, they try to create their accelerators and they don't end up running them efficiently and they get shut down. So now it comes to the point to where, like, your city, the same way you petition the government to build a park, you could petition them to build an accelerator that's backed by the city, that funds businesses. Same with the county. You could get the county to do the same thing too. So, or you could, honestly, you could build your own with the right partnerships. You could build your own. So, yeah. Okay. Any other questions? And I would like to commence the Niagara Falls Black Economy Transformation Summit 2024. It's really small. We want to do this annually. So next year, hopefully we can do this a little bit bigger. But we do have a post-event. And post-event, after all of this stuff, is all of these panels that you see, we are going to turn them into board committees so they can actually take the strategies that they set on these panels and put them into place. And the community could engage with these board committees to kind of get on them and help the panelists with those strategies. So I have more information post-event about that, But it's up to the panelists if they could want to continue to work on Niagara Falls black economy and transforming it. These panels, these people here that's all together, it's up to them to stay. So I set up the plan for them to stay insufficient and operate outside of just being an event. And they can do it themselves. They can do it without me. It's up to them to stay, which I feel that they are, and it's up to you guys to engage and us to keep pushing everything forward. I'd like to give a special shout out to the Niagara Reporter for streaming us live for this long, as well as TTR, Niagara Falls Redevelopment, Google partnerships. We didn't get the chance to do the Google. We didn't get the chance to do the Google presentation because we kind of like ran out of time. And I would like to thank Oshawa Foundation for stopping by, checking out what we got going on here. Bishop, you got any few words before we leave?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I appreciate everybody, the panelists, all of the, and Dante for putting this together. It's an eye-opener. It's an eye-opener of what is available to us as a black community, and many times we fail to know it's there, but it's getting the opinions of those who are working in various areas, how important it is for them to bring the information to us, and we open up our doors, and I'm always willing to open up the doors to the church to have these types of summits or panel discussions to help our people to come and to be, and our community to be what it can be because of the knowledge that we didn't have in the past, but we have now. So I'm just grateful for it. I thank God for all of you. I'm willing to move forward. Keep us in your prayers that the efforts that we're doing right here on this corner and through our transformation through revitalization, that all of the work that we're endeavoring to do will come to fruition. I believe it will. We're pushing hard. We're determined. We're not going to allow, as Frank said, I'm not going to allow anybody to tell me that it cannot be done. Amen. As long as you have a mind made up. I can appreciate the young lady. She says she's all by herself, but she's making it happen and she's doing great things. That's a positive thing. So, I'm not a technical technology type of person, but I found out that I can't do without it now. And COVID pushed us into that technology and streaming and doing things. I remember during COVID, I was preaching here by myself every week for a year and a half, filming my message, because of technology, the message was getting out to the community, to the world, to the people. And so it turned me around. So I'm very excited about what is happening and what God is doing for all of us. There's more to come, more to come. I appreciate all of you, and thank you for participating today. Was he here? All right, thank you, and we just, God bless you for all that you have contributed today.